Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Critical Borders Radical Revisions of AI conference. It's wonderful to see a few people with us here in person. We have a very intimate workshop-like atmosphere here in this great big auditorium. And of course, welcome to the many more people who are joining us online. I feel a bit like a high priest here speaking to these unseen masses, running a seance with those in the great Zoom beyond. Hopefully you're out there. Hopefully I'm not just speaking into the ether. My name's Stephen Cave. I'm the director of the Leverhulme Centre for the Future of Intelligence, or CFI for short, and we are one of the conveners of this event with the University of Cambridge Centre for Gender Studies. We have the director here, Lauren Wilcox, with us. The event is generously
Recording
funded.
in progress.
The event is generously funded and recorded, generously funded by the Obert C. Tanner Lectures on Artificial Intelligence and Human Values, and the conveners are funded also by the Leverhulme Trust, by the Templeton World Charity Foundation, by DeepMind, and by Christina Gore. So thank you all to them for their support. Well, we got off to a fantastic start.
Recording stopped.
Okay, that was brief. We got off to a fantastic start yesterday evening with the Obert C. Tanner Lecture on Artificial Intelligence and Human Values by Professor Ruha Benjamin. It was a fantastic, stimulating talk. I'm sure you all saw it, and we had 3 great responses and fantastic engagement from many hundreds of people who were tuning in online. So thank you again to you, Ruha, and our respondents. And if anyone missed it, it will be available online soon. So the aim of this conference is to critically interrogate issues of bordering in AI. And we interpret that very broadly. So it includes how AI operates at material borders and national borders, which was one of the themes of Ruha's wonderful lecture yesterday. It includes also how AI operates at bodily borders, and the clip Ruha showed from sleep dealers is a wonderful visual metaphor of how AI can transgress those bodily borders. And we'll also imagine how AI produces or transgresses ideological borders, such as categories of race and age and gender and class, which was, of course, also the central theme of yesterday's talk. So we were really thrilled when we put out the call for papers at the quantity and quality of the abstracts that were submitted. And I mean, we're all here because we think these topics are not only intellectually fascinating, but also of the utmost importance. And I'm really thrilled to see that the cutting edge of research on these topics will be represented in the next 2.5 days in the panels and talks that we have. Well, I know everyone's keen to crack on. I hope you've all seen the timetables. You know, we've got coffee provided and lunch provided for those who are here. I'm sure those participating online will have made their own arrangements to settle in comfortably for the next 2.5 days. If you're participating remotely, then please do get engaged. Use the chat function. We will be monitoring it. Questions will be sent through to the chairs of the panels. Yesterday we had many more questions coming from our online participants than those present. So please do engage. So now I would just like to hand over to the chair of our first panel, Dr. Seán Ó. We're very lucky to have Seán chair our first panel because Seán is the director of the ambitious AI FAR programme, AI Futures and Responsibility, which is joint between my centre CFI and the Centre for the Study of Existential Risk, of which he is also acting director. And Seán is chairing our first panel on AI nationalism and the borders of the nation state. Over to you, Seán.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and thank you, everyone. I'm really privileged and excited to be here chairing this session. It's a tremendously important topic, the question of how AI systems affect how critical functions like border control that really affect people's lives in very, very big ways function, how they change how these operate, but also how they affect existing power dynamics and historical factors. We've got a fascinating series of talks and case studies on this, including the use of AI in predicting refugee movements, the use of AI in the UK migration system, and looking at how AI being used in US military contexts affects effectively the projection of US military power. We've got a wonderful set of speakers, Burcu, Baykurt, Ali, I always get this one wrong, Lyamuya, I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing that, Irene Fubara-Manuel, and Lena Moore. And we will be starting with several remote talks. And the first talk will be from Burcu and Ali, please.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Does it look good? Okay, I'm hoping that you can see it. I haven't heard any feedback, but I'm going to go ahead and present. I think I can see from the big screen in the hall that it's working. Good morning, everyone. My name is Burcu Baykurt, and I'm delighted to be here with you remotely this very early morning from Massachusetts, United States, to present this collaborative work with Lyamuya. So our paper today is based on an ongoing project on the use of predictive analytics, machine learning, and data science techniques inside the UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR. This research is very much inspired and led by Ali's master's thesis on automated decision-making tools and in asylum and immigration systems. And a few months ago, we have decided to embark on a collaborative inquiry to understand what it really means to predict border movements by examining two attempts by the UNHCR on that front. So Project Wintercell and Project Jetson, two initiatives by the UNHCR's innovation team aim to predict refugee arrivals on the borders of Greece, Turkey, and Somalia, Ethiopia, respectively. They were launched in, Wintercell was launched in 2015, Jetson in 2017. Wintercell is not operating anymore, but Jetson with a different iteration is still around. In the paper, we asked, what does it mean to render refugee movements technically legible to machine learning? And how does a predictive system in immigration intersect with the larger politics of border control? We review publicly available documents about how these projects came together and how they operate. And then we've been interviewing for the last couple months data analysts and humanitarian technologists in and outside of the UNHCR to understand the ways these actors were involved in the design of these models. Our theoretical framework draws on critical data studies, media studies, and international political sociology to examine how the imaginaries and techniques of artificial intelligence restructure what Chris Rumford calls border work. By border work, Rumford refers to different activities that involve, quote, the role of citizens and non-citizens in envisioning, constructing, maintaining, and erasing borders, end of quote. The concept recognizes that the making of borders is not exclusive to nation states anymore, and a network of non-state actors such as the EU, UNHCR, or other NGOs could shift or dismantle borders. It also emphasizes that the work itself is not just about policing migration, it also includes securing the external. So borders are increasingly constituted as a technical problem of security and management. And in a neo-colonial turn, countries in the global north outsource this so-called management issue to a country like Turkey, Lebanon, or African, post-colonies where refugees are often not only denied their right to asylum, but are also kept in limbo in the name of protecting borders. So we situate the use of predictive analytics by the UNHCR within this framing of border work. And we heed the call of Rocco Bellanova and colleagues to study not just the algorithm's transformative force, but also, quote, how algorithmic systems are forced and enforced, end of quote. So we want to understand what work these technologies aim to achieve by predicting border movements. How do they work as part of a broader set of processes in externalizing the so-called border security? In the paper, we define algorithmic systems as technologies of data processing and techniques of data analytics. But I have to mention that our case study is not focused on surveillance technologies like biometrics or cameras. Instead, we examine how the techniques of data science are mobilized towards transforming the border into a predictable object. That distinction matters. From the perspective of the UNHCR, predictive analytics that they have developed are the in-house secure technologies. In our interviews, technologists often mention that they are not using the privatized systems of surveillance that track and identify displaced populations. So studying Wintercell and Project Jetson allows us to understand what technological benevolence, to use Roha Benjamin's term, means for the agency, and how humanitarian technologists distinguish their work from the larger surveillance infrastructure regimes. It also helps us understand how the existing logics of border making and control are incorporated into computational methods to render borders predictable. And here we're inspired by South Asian organizer and author Harsha Walia's concept of border imperialism, which links the politics of borders to global systems of power and calls attention to the artificiality of borders. We argue that techniques of artificial intelligence and the technical claims to render borders and border movements knowable serve a similar purpose to border work. That is, it further securitizes the external or externalizes the border while firming up the myth that borders are real and should be controlled. I'll let Ali take over from now on.
Thank you, Burcu. My name is Alphoncina Lyamuya. I also go by Ali, and I am delighted and honored to be here this morning. So Project Wintercell and Project Jetson are separate, but they inform and inspire each other. Both projects were launched by the UNHCR Innovation Team, and the UNHCR Innovation Team operate under the UNHCR Innovation Service, formerly known as the Innovation Unit, which was established in 2012 as an interdivisional unit aimed at better understanding innovation and its potential role in the UNHCR. So the unit began with a small team of technologists and designers anticipated to capture, harness, and reward innovation within the organization, according to the word of Ambers and Tatarina over. During the 2014-2015 period, the innovation unit undertook what they call the lab approach, which is basically an approach that largely relied on strong partnership with other UNHCR units and outside NGOs in identifying and testing creative ideas for the agency. It was during this phase that the idea of Project Wintercell was born. Wintercell was launched in 2015, right in the middle of the so-called refugee crisis in the Mediterranean. The UNHCR field officers wanted to understand the number of arrivals and the route through the Mediterranean, according to one data analyst. And so they turned to what they call non-traditional data set to search for patterns in people's movement. The team first tried to harness a vast array of weather data from the World Meteorological Organization, the Met Office in the UK, and the Met Service Southeastern Europe. According to the UNHCR on reporting, they also monitored social media and coordinated with a point person in the intelligence unit inside the Sweden's migration agency to keep abreast of the latest refugee movements. The data analyst also told us that the team drew on tracking vessel movement and broadcasting warnings to be able to predict the arrival of refugee and coordinate with country officers. At some point, the team even experimented with a bot examining xenophobia and racism against refugees online to help with advocacy strategies. All this data stream were tracked by the team in real time and shared by field officers. Once the situation on the ground became less concerning, Project Jetson was folded quietly in 2016. According to data analysts at the UNHCR, Wintercell was just a statistical analysis on waves and weather patterns. Conducted in the Mediterranean, or what Louisa Bialowicz aptly put it, the premier laboratory for experimenting creative solution to the policing of the EU borders, Project Winter Cell inspired the possibility of using artificial intelligence by the UNHCR. Now, efficiency is a crucial consideration in many of the tasks undertaken by the UNHCR. And Project Jetson became what was demanded by the Dolo Aldo refugee operation that demanded a robust tool that would help them predict exactly how many refugees were going to arrive at a point in time. According to a data analyst, I'm quoting them, we asked, can we use basic machine learning models with historical data to anticipate things in an aggregated way? This is basically how Jetson was born, end quote. The innovation team first turned to weather data, to conflict-related data and historical data of border crossing in Somalia, since the country has a deep history of displacement. But to distinguish Jetson from Winter Cell required novel sources of data. The UNHCR prided itself on observing a human-centered approach. So to facilitate the development of predictive tool, a data analyst had to fly to Dolo Aldo to interview refugees with the help of a translator. It was during one of the interviews that the analyst learned about what came to be regarded as the God story. So the refugee explained that following deadly threats from members of the Al-Shabaab, the family had to sell all their livestock, mainly including goats, before they were able to flee to Dolo Aldo. The inability of goats to survive the perilous journey was cited as the reason for the sale. Now, it's important to highlight that to many Somalis, especially agro-pastoral families, goats are regarded as livelihood. To the data analyst, this implied that during a large outflow of Somalis to Dolo Aldo, the market prices would also be plummeting, given that many families are selling their goats simultaneously. Put another way, the selling of goats before departure was not just another story, but an important account that could be used as a predictive indicators of Somalis' movement to the Ethiopian southern border. In our own research, we came across studies that counter the assumption that market prices can solely be associated with large outflow Somalis to neighboring countries. Nonetheless, the market prices of goats went on to become one of the predictors used in Jetson to estimate the size of future refugee flows. According to the team, Project Jetson was then able to accurately estimate arrivals from 13 out of 19 regions it targeted with 3 to 4 weeks in advance. Humanitarian practitioners often emphasize the positive effects of experimentation as a way of responding to difficult situations more effectively. Critics have pointed out, though, that these actors make no mention of the potentially negative implications of experimental practices. Yet, when we started interviewing data analysts about Project Jetson, we found that they were deeply aware of the consequential harms. Analysts repeatedly reminded us that Jetson was not a tool, but a proof of concept. In other words, the innovation team achieved to demonstrate that predictive analytics could be effectively used in the field, but they did not put their predictive models into practice, nor did they share the result with anyone outside the UNHCR. As one analyst told us, the Ethiopian team told them, the innovation team, not to publish anything about Jetson. If the government of Ethiopia knew those are accurate predictions and there are so many people arriving, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot. You're going to shut down the UNHCR in Ethiopia, end quote. Now, despite the reportedly accurate result of Jetson, the predictive tool has been kept as an internal project, whereby only the UNHCR officials have had access to the models and the data used. The innovation team coordinated with the Dolo Aldo team by reporting estimates of arrivals up to 3 to 4 weeks in advance, and later confirming the model's accuracy by communicating with the team about the actual arrival. The field office at Dolo Aldo could not take any explicit action because the UNHCR headquarters had no established policy that allows using of mathematical formulas to prepare, in the word of one data analyst. One data analyst explained the innovation team's ambiguous role between the field operation and what they call the policy arm of the UNHCR as follows. We don't want to be telling them from Geneva or New York, like, this is going to happen and you need to reallocate. We want to say, here's our models, here's what they're showing, here's what you want to investigate, and here's a little bit of what you want to know about, end quote. Plus, as we already mentioned, the field office was already hiding their data from the Ethiopian government. Now, what kept Project Jetson as a proof of concept and not an overarching tool was not only about its usability. Through our interview, it became clear that the innovation team was aware that predicting border movement through an algorithmic system was not just very difficult, but also constantly shifting target. As immigration researchers have already published, there is no systematic way of estimating the future size of people of concern to the UNHCR because the causes of forced displacement are difficult to predict. Existing estimates of the future refugee inflow are limited to a given period of time. For example, within the 3 to 4 weeks in advance, and long-term estimates are subjected to uncertainty. One data analyst echoed those findings and said, I'm quoting them, there are constantly emergent trends that do not always have the data. So you're trying to balance the constantly changing situation with the ability to build on what you have learned and what you do know, end quote. To adapt to this constantly shifting situation, data analyst and field officer built a continuous feedback loop that the later observation are fed into the models, and then their feedback determine the accuracy of the models. If there is a successful model at one border, that cannot be replicated elsewhere. Instead, these models need to be continually reorganized and retrained across different spaces as well as time period. Back to you, Burcu.
Thank you, Ali. Okay, so to sum up, the predictive capacity of algorithmic systems in the field of forced displacement is horribly limited. Even if there was a successful model, that cannot be acted upon, and if nation states get a hold of these predictive analytics, they're likely to use the data and models to curtail asylum access and derail the humanitarian work of the UNHCR. In light of all these findings, we ask, what kind of work or border work does Jetson do then? Why does the innovation team insist on expanding the use of artificial intelligence across their field operations? We've recently found out that they've expanded Jetson to Bangladesh and Brazil, for example. We suggest that projects such as Wintercell or Jetson are not only a case of techno-utopianism or technological benevolence. Under the promise of better care and safety, predictive analytics projects, especially in the hands of transnational organizations like the UNHCR, perpetuate the externalization of borders and the opacity of border work. They attempt to transform migration into a site that must be rendered legible to algorithmic systems to classify certain border movements regular and others irregular by mining multiple streams of data to seek so-called patterns. These projects also hold together the fiction that a predictable border is attainable, even when all evidence points to the contrary. Thereby, wittingly or unwittingly, these projects legitimate and enable new data collection possibilities at and across the border. Let me just stop it here, and I look forward to the questions and the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to remind our audience, we will be taking questions at the end after the 3 talks. So please do remember and write down your questions, and there will be plenty of time for discussion afterwards. But in between now and then, we have our next talk, which will be looking at algorithmic use in border control, but in this case in the UK migration system. And this is from Irene Fubara-Manuel, also online.
I think you need to unmute, Irene.
Are you still sharing your screen? I can still see. Okay, yeah, I am. Hello, everybody. My name is Irene Fubara-Manuel. My pronouns are they, them. I am a lecturer in digital media practice at the University of Sussex, and I am also a visiting fellow at the Ada Lovelace Institute. And I will be sharing the research that I've been working on in the past few months with the Ada Lovelace Institute as part of my fellowship. So before we get into discussing algorithmic bordering, I would like to sort of explain what I mean by algorithmic culture and then go into bordering, and perhaps even then we can go further into unpacking what I see as the culture of bordering in the UK migration system. So I'm going to start off with a very simple definition of an algorithm so we all have a sense of where I'm starting from. This is taken from Ruha Benjamin's New Jim Code. So Ruha Benjamin writes, an algorithm is a set of instructions, rules, and calculations designed to solve a problem. However, what problem actually needs to be solved requires a host of judgments, yet we are expected not to pay attention to the people behind the screen. On the other end, culture, according to Stuart Hall, is concerned with the production and exchange of meanings, the giving and taking of meaning between members of society and groups. So what I'm interested in is essentially algorithmic culture in terms of how algorithms produce meaning, but also our meaning. So I'm drawing from this reading from Wendy Chun. I'm smiling because I enjoy the reading so much. It's called Code as Fetish, where again, you have the same, tropes that come into cultural studies, reading fetish objects. So essentially, Wendy Chun writes about the ways that through the ways that code is hidden, the execution, the vicissitudes of execution are hidden and erased. We see our machines as demonic. And essentially, what that means is that the algorithm, the meaning behind the code, are erased. And when we think about who that benefits, it mostly benefits big tech because they can always say, computer says no, and put their hands up and say, that's not our fault. It's the machine that did it. It's the mathematics that did it. It's not racism. It's just bad coding. Therefore, it is now open for fixing and it's open for technological benevolence, as my earlier panelist said. So essentially what I'm interested in is the study of machinic rules and production and the production of these machines and the exchange of meaning that comes through algorithms. So now I can move on to bordering. As people have already explained earlier, borders are not just fixed static lines, they are created, they are fabricated, but essentially borders are produced exactly in the same way that Ruha Benjamin reminds us, they are productive, they produce meaning as well. So for instance, think of what it means that land itself is turned inside out as a part of a nation state. What happens when we take our simple papers and they have meaning as documents, as biometric passports, and so on and so forth. In addition to that, Walia writes the fact that borders are produced through relations of dominance, whether it is anti-Black colonial racism, indigenous elimination, imperial bordering, imperial conquest rather, or white supremacist nation building, which is where I would like to sort of talk about the UK a bit more. And also I want to explain some bordering practices that Walia explains, which are exclusion, territorial diffusion, commodified inclusion, where, for instance, good migrants are seen as valued and other migrants are seen as unworthy. So in commodified inclusion, you would have, for instance, a surplus value that the illegal migrants make are valued, but the illegal migrants themselves are illegal. They are made illegalized. So that links back again to exclusion, the illegalization of people. And territorial diffusion is now linked to the outsourcing of the state's borders beyond its own barriers, beyond its own geography into other places. And I would like to argue that this particular form of territorial diffusion is not necessarily something that started off with technology and biometrics, or the biometric border, as Lena Moore would call it, but also is something that started off with legislation, with codification, with visa impositions, as I will explain in the following, in the rest of the slides. So where I'm starting off in terms of my research is reading the streaming tool, reading the meaning behind the streaming tool, contextualizing it in its history. So the streaming tool is a tool that is used in the UK migration system. It is a tool that's used to allocate applications to certain workers. However, it came under lots of, I would say, contention, given the fact that it was the Joint Council for Welfare for Immigrants had a litigation against the Home Office about the streaming tool. As part of that litigation, they actually discontinued the streaming tool. However, it is still being iterated upon with a few changes that are pretty much not negligible for a large part. The changes are essentially still the same. So it's essentially still more of the same. But I want to speak on this. I want to start off here in explaining the streaming tool with a quote from the former Migration Minister, Karolina, who says, "The streaming tool, which is operated by the UK VI migration system, is an algorithm, but I should make it clear, it is not coding, it is not programming, it is not anything that involves machine learning, and crucially, it is not automated decision-making. So it is not high-tech. You shouldn't look at this. You shouldn't look at what we're doing over here. We are just playing with what Carol Noakes calls here an automated flowchart. Please, if anybody knows what an automated flowchart is, let me know. I am interested to see what that is. So essentially, you can see in the logic from the former immigration minister, Carol Noakes, that they are essentially saying this is not machine learning. This is not it's not a AI, it's just a simple flowchart that's used. But what I want to argue is that given that algorithms are usually written in flowcharts as well, and they state that this is an algorithm, I think it's still open for reading. And if we should take algorithms as the meaning behind code, which again is part of machine learning and so on and so forth, so then we can therefore read the algorithms as they are. So explaining the streaming tool further, the streaming tool, according to the litigation documents from the Joint Council for Welfare for Immigrants, operates in 3 steps. Firstly, it starts off with the EANRA, which is the Equality Act and Nationality Risk Assessment list, which has a list of suspect nationalities. I don't believe that the Joint Council for Welfare for Immigrants was able to get that list from the Home Office. However, from this list of suspect nationalities, you already have a good idea of what risk is. So the risk rating is sort of linked to your nationality, which if you're on the suspect nationality, you already have a high risk rating. It's also linked to your refusal rate. So if people from your country have loads of refusals, you have a high risk rating. It's also linked to the type of visa and location. So if you have this, profile that you're from a suspect nationality applying for a particular location, and your country has formally been refused, and you're applying for a certain kind of visa type, then that all goes into the global visa risk screening data, which leads to the 3rd stage. So again, what we're seeing with this is that if you are risky or suspicious, then you'll get rejected. The 3rd stage even pushes that further. So the visa application will be divided into 3 different colors: red, amber, and green, with red being the high risk and green being the low risk. And I've made the lines thicker to let you know that already when we start off here, given that, a low risk rating would more likely not show up in this point of enrichment where you would be calling for further scrutinization. You already have a low number of low risk ratings that will show up here, but you have probably more high risk ratings from the red group. So they would go through a process of enrichment, and if the person the caseworker working on a particular visa application refuses to reject a red risk rating, that has to go through an executive officer who will make the final decision. Also, if they fail to approve a green risk rating that also goes through the executive officer. So the assumption here is that if you have low risk rating, you should already be approved. And if you have high risk rating, you should already be denied. The only point of friction is when, there's that disparity in your risk rating and the final decision, which will call for the executive officer to make the final decision. So we already have that point of friction. So think of this working in a bureaucratic system where time matters. You're doing loads of application at the same time. You will most likely just deny a red risk rating and you will approve a green risk rating to avoid any point of friction. Where it becomes interesting is that, again, if you refuse a red risk rating, that also goes back into the country's refusal rates, which again affects the risk rating for other people. So it's essentially what in programming would be called a feedback loop. Excuse me. So this feedback loop has its history in the problem of the colored immigrants that started off in the 1950s in the UK. So as of the 1948 Nationality Act, the British Nationality Act, the people from the UK colonies, such as Nigeria, Ghana, where most of West Africa essentially, and Jamaica, were able to come into the country using their British passports because they were essentially made British citizens. As they came in, there was a large number of colored migrants coming in, so therefore, or people of color coming in, so therefore, racial tensions built up. And then you now start seeing this idea of the colored immigration showing up in a lot of the Hansards and the parliamentary debates. So Ian Patel calls this phrase the colored immigration problem that had become the synonym for social unrest and a matter of demanding legislative action. So what I find quite interesting too, which again links back to where we see this early operationalization of migrants of color as high risk, is in 1985 or 1986 House of Lords debate, which they are responding to the visa impositions that the Home Secretary has set. So the visa imposition came as a response to the strikes from immigration officers. They had felt that they had a lot of work, so therefore there needs to be something done. And how the government responded to that was to impose visas on people of color. Again, this doesn't make any sense, but essentially what they were able to do was that they were able to outsource the borders through visa impositions to other countries. So before you even get into the UK, you go through the visa application center, which is again where the streaming tool would work. So the key logic behind this visa imposition was that the countries, Bangladesh, Ghana, India, and Nigeria and Pakistan all had a high rate of refusals. So therefore, there should be visa restrictions to keep these so-called bogus migrants out of the country. I should also note that in the parliamentary debates, you see loads of the other lords talking about the fact that the citizens are Black and there could be a misinterpretation of the data. And it could also be due to the fact that, the immigration officers, given that this is during the height of racial tension in the UK, that it could also be that the immigration officers they are discriminating against people. But essentially that didn't matter because this visa imposition led to loads of other immigration acts, which leads us to where we are now, which according to the Joint Council, not Joint Council for Immigrants, according to all parliamentary party group for African applicants are twice as likely to be refused UK visas than any part of the world. So moving on to reading algorithms, I want to also pose that the immigration points-based system is an algorithm itself. So anyone that does game design or games or plays games already knows that, already has this idea of points-based system. And one thing with games according to Alexander Galloway, are algorithmic, part of algorithmic culture. Actually, that's where I got the title for the discussion from Alexander Galloway's book, Reading About Games, because again, I'm a practitioner. So a lot of what I do is make games about borders, about movement. So here we see the points-based system, which was implemented in 2021. It was already in state for non-EU migrants, but now it is used for both EU migrants. And this is particularly for the skilled workers. We can see from the bottom, although it's quite pixelated, I'll explain to you. At the bottom, you have high points if you have a PhD in STEM, so science, technology, and mathematics. So if you have a PhD in STEM, you are more likely to get into the UK. And also there are other applications, there are other methods through which you can get a high rating, but I want to use this as a point that I can sort of read through this algorithm. So I have redrawn this algorithm again as a flow chart so we can see exactly what it does. Essentially, you keep counting the points and, immediately you get into education and you have a PhD, you should easily be able to, get 70 points and be eligible to apply, which has, again, less friction than a person who is not. So statistically then, this algorithm that has been created, or this points-based system, if we are reading it as an algorithm, has already pinpointed the problem, which is it doesn't want people who have low education. Because again, if we're to go back to what Hashia says about the commodification or commodified inclusion, we only want the best and the brightest, right? The immigration system only wants the best and the brightest. So if we should look at the statistics for migration the statistics for STEM, we already know that STEM is a field that has a high rate of white men, and you have low rates of women, Black, minority, ethnic, professional engineers, and even furthermore, there's even a low rate of Black engineering students in general. So essentially, more likely, this system has already solved the problem of the colored immigration or the colored migrant system, because essentially it is solving for a white man, right? It's solving for a person who is economically viable to sort of be the best and the brightest, which is what the UK wants. So again, as Sasha Costanza-Chuck tells us, the immigration system generally has always been an algorithm. It has long been an algorithm that privileged whiteness, hetero, cisnormativity, wealth, and a higher socioeconomic status. So this is where I would like to end. If algorithms are culture, then algorithms can be jammed, right? Algorithms can be culture jammed. We can generate oppositional readings, just like what Ruha Benjamin explained yesterday. Imagination is a field of action. So essentially what I've been doing in my research is to speak with people. It's quite limited given the time restriction that I've had, but I was speaking with people who have already applied for migration, people who have experienced the UK migration system. And I've been trying to get their oppositional readings of the border system. So for instance, they could state how they came into the UK, but using a very sarcastic flowchart, for instance. So this is, I've just pinpointed one of the participants works here. This is from an anonymous participant who was trying to reimagine the system. What could it look like? So firstly, it would not be an immigration system. It would be a system instead that thinks of vulnerability. It would take into account of the fact that people who are economic migrants are mostly coming from countries who require education reform. So again, like Ruha Benjamin says, if you give people a reason to stay, they will most likely stay. So I think this is quite important, this idea of algorithmic culture jamming, developing oppositional readings, which again will go into the idea of creating newer, better immigration systems that essentially might not even be immigration systems. It might be just about, what Rob Benjamin said yesterday. It might just be a library. It might just be a place. It might just be a rest point, as opposed to being this highly securitized, carceral regime. So I will leave you on this point, and essentially where I would also say, if you're interested in seeing where this project is developing into, which is most likely going to be on this website, I'm already developing the website using a Twine game system here. So essentially, if you're interested in this project, watch out for it at the Ada Lovelace Institute website or send me an email. So thank you very much. That's it for me.
Thank you so much. And just to remind everyone again, we will have all our questions after the 3 talks. So please do write down and remember your questions. I'd like to take a quick moment to apologize to our earlier speakers. I didn't give full introductions. I was under the mistaken impression we're running behind time, but it turns out we are actually fine. So thank you to Dr. Fubara-Manuel for introducing themselves fully, and I will make up for that at the Q&A. But at this point, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Lena Moore, who recently completed her PhD here in Cambridge at the Centre for Gender Studies, and is working on how race and gender have been used to justify and naturalize US empire historically and in the present, with a particular focus on military technologies. So, Dr. Moore, let me hand over to you.
Sorry, we're going to have to open up the slides first from this USB. It's a funny shape.
Just give us a moment, sorry. This isn't like a USB, is it?
It worked when you put it in.
Have a go.
Hold on.
Yeah. Just while we're setting up, to mention that we will be finishing this session a little bit later, and we will then be having the coffee break a little bit later, and the subsequent session will be a little bit shorter, bringing us to lunchtime at the scheduled time. Thank you. And to those of you who are online, do keep sending your questions in. We are keeping a track of them, and we will be asking them when it comes to the Q&A session.
Sorry about the delay, everyone. So as a quick way of introducing this presentation, this is based on a lot of the work I did during my PhD, and which I'm now getting back to at the start of my postdoc. So I'm interested in understanding the social processes that are at work that have meant US empire is able to persist so effectively in the present. My focus in this has been on the human and the allegedly near future emergent post-human as powerful and malleable tools that have been used in a range of ways to justify empire and extraction. So far, the cases that I've centered in this work have been that of the drone, of special operations forces, and recent advances in military medical technology. Until this point, I've done little thinking about AI per se, although obviously if you're working on military technology and imaginations of the future, this is always a looming presence. So because this is quite new to me, I'm really interested to hear people's thoughts during the discussion about how this works and perhaps how it doesn't. So I want to start with this quotation, which inspired the title of this talk. I'll read it out just in case it's not clear. This is from the 9/11 Commission Report, which was released in 2004. And it says, national security used to be considered by studying foreign frontiers, weighing opposing groups of states, and measuring industrial might. To be dangerous, an enemy had to muster large armies. Threats emerged slowly, often visibly. As weapons were forged, armies conscripted, and units trained and moved into place. Because large states were more powerful, they also had more to lose. They could be deterred. Now threats can emerge quickly. An organization like Al-Qaeda, headquartered in a country on the other side of the earth, in a region so poor that electricity or phones were scarce, could nonetheless scheme to wield weapons of unprecedented destructive power in the largest cities of the United States. In this sense, 9/11 has taught us that terrorism against American interests over there should be regarded just as we regard terrorism against America over here. In this same sense, the American homeland is the planet. So lots going on here, obviously. But I think this quotation does a pretty good job of encapsulating how military and non-military commentators have understood and portrayed war since 9/11. The emphasis is on a threat that can come from anywhere at any time and is not tied to any particular place in a way that is supposedly new. And this makes a call that masquerades then as common sense, that there needs to be a response to this that not only matches, but exceeds, as far as speed and reach and mobility, and generally speaking, capability and capacity. Statements like this don't only open up space to construct threat very expansively, they demand that the US does, and also demand a similarly expansive response. And crucially, I want to point out that this statement that the American homeland is the planet is explained also as a kind of response to groups like Al-Qaeda making the whole planet a potential target first. This offensive position, which entails endless war, is framed as a defensive move. This opens up a window for understanding how and why space is racialized and why we need to locate technologies. And I'll come back to this a bit later. So before I do, I want to give a snapshot of the context of what I'm talking about. What this context looks like is more or less general agreement that war is well on the way to exceeding the human. So for instance, in the near future, it's alleged that war will move too fast for mere humans to keep up or react, that any killing and fighting will be done by machines, and that conventional ground troops will be used much less, and when they are used, they're likely to be used as part of human-machine teams. This is just a brief sketch, but it's hard to overstate the extent to which this general vision of the near future has taken hold in US military circles. It's really become something like the common sense now. And this is where, as you'd expect, AI becomes very interesting to the US military. Not only is AI understood to be what propels war into this superhuman or arguably post-human state, but you can see here again the pattern from that 9/11 Commission excerpt. It's also what's then what naturally becomes necessary for the US to develop and harness, ideally before any perceived threats do. The context of the present and looking into the near future is built around a kind of preemption of technological advancement. In some ways, this doesn't really look all that different from what's come before. So where before we were looking at things like full spectrum dominance, today it's all domain operations. It is things like the resurgence of great power competition and the extremely quick development of new technologies, including AI, and including in the commercial sector, that are alleged to make this moment different from before, and perhaps especially urgent and requiring a major overhaul of how the US military works. The National Security Commission on AI's final report, which was published this year, claims crises like COVID and climate change demand that the US conceptualize national security more broadly than before as well. and find, quote, AI-enabled solutions, end quote. In what it calls a new era of conflict, sorry, I can't read my scrolling, a new era of conflict, it says that AI-enhanced capabilities will be the tools of first resort. And according to the National Defense Strategy from 2018, which is the most recent one, partly because of the wide availability of advanced technology and what is alleged to be, quote, the changing character of war, the homeland is no longer a sanctuary. It continues, new threats to commercial and military uses of space are emerging while increasing digital connectivity in all aspects of life, business, government, and the military creates significant vulnerabilities. So this is the near future pictured in this plan. This landscape has also seen recent calls by military actors for academics to lose their hesitancy about working with the US military. For instance, in 2018, in a series of articles written for its 60th anniversary, DARPA, which is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, sort of the R&D wing of the US military, it proclaimed the need for, quote, a new pact between government and academia in order to maintain US ability to, quote, create and prevent strategic surprise, end quote. Speaking to this, in the introduction to this defense strategy, the 2018 one, a landscape is painted that is very typical in justifications for US security projects. This is a landscape of urgent new threat that simultaneously draws attention to the US's security weaknesses and to the strengths in those weaknesses that are suggested to be special to the United States. In this defense strategy specifically, this is in part done by claiming the US's special role in establishing a post-World War II peace and working in the decades to follow to maintain this. The key thing here, though, is what follows. These discourses are a piece of a much larger process. One outcome of this process is that urgent action as far as technological development and deployment becomes framed as a totally natural reaction and as a totally sensible preemptive move to take. And this action becomes another sign of US strength. Another outcome, and I believe one of the most crucial ones to the maintenance of US empire in the present, is that sense that the whole landscape is inevitable. And this gloss of inevitability is really crucial to how the US has justified its imperial security projects for a very long time. So I want to discuss how I'm conceptualizing the racialization of space and why and how this matters for AI, especially at a time when heavily technologized war is often claimed to be increasingly placeless and transcending particularity and tending towards the more universal. I argue in my work that racialization of space sets conditions of possibility for the outcomes of war, whether these are lethal or non-lethal, and that this persists now, but also I want to suggest it persists in the imagined AI futures of war. This hinges maybe most notably in that the question of where to look is inbuilt in AI. Such determinations carry the investments of who wants to look where and why. When we're considering tools by and for US empire, to argue for the placelessness of AI seems to obscure the very fact of empire and its very material conditions. But place does matter immensely. Drone warfare, as a for instance, is commonly claimed to be more or less placeless. After all, US drones are used to surveil and conduct strikes well outside of declared war zones. National borders seem not to matter anymore. So the drone has at times previous been understood to epitomize the kind of unbounded, allegedly unbordered, and increasingly automated warfare of the present and future. Maybe this was more so prior to the explosion of military interest in AI, but nevertheless. However, drone warfare, too, is also intrinsically tied to place in a way that I consider useful for thinking about how AI is as well. In order to enact the preemption and targeting and tracking of individuals and groups that drones are well known for, drones are first used as one tool to construct a massified, targetable area of always imminent threat. And because drones have been constructed as tools with capabilities that, like AI, exceed the human and lack the shortcomings intrinsic to human bodies, using drones to do this lends a coherence and acceptability to all kinds of security acts and projects in which they're involved. But this hinges firstly on the racialization of space, again, that question of where to look, where is acceptable or even natural to look. It becomes natural or commonsensical to turn imperial technologies onto spaces that are racialized in ways that construct them in a white imaginary as the, quote, source material for threat. This is to borrow a very strong phrase from Sabine Ahmed. Work by Lauren Wilcox as well helps clarify that the people and environments in these spaces can become, by extension, natural targets or naturally killable if it serves contemporary or anticipated imperial aims. This is, of course, a mutual construction between people and spaces, with either having their sense made through the other. Moreover, this helps to naturalize ways of knowing and seeing, not least the imperial epistemology that was described by Alfred McCoy, that helped maintain white supremacy and its fantasies of technologically ratified objectivity and inevitability. I want to make clear, too, that I'm not only talking about the where to look as places outside of the United States that are known targets for drone warfare. I include in this consideration a range of spaces within the formal boundaries of the US, for instance, which are also racialized in ways that at the very least smooth the way for imperial and military police action. Just as, for instance, we can, of course, look to the violence at Standing Rock or the surveillance by drone of protesters within the movement for Black Lives. So working from this, I want to talk about the space of the US and its technologies more specifically, race-making, gendering, and marking out of the human and non-human subjects, targets and non-targets, or sometimes targets, through spatializing practices were vital to the material and ideological production of the structures and power of the United States. They've been a pillar of the sense-making of the US and its subjects. There are a number of critical scholars who've investigated how the borders and frontier mythos and imaginaries work in the US and were crucial to its construction, and continue to be. I'm thinking specifically right now of Greg Grandin, Ieva Usionite, and Amy Kaplan. So Amy Kaplan's brilliant work has argued for how in the early 1900s, a, quote, externalized frontier remote from the United States, end quote, is imagined to offer a way to recover some form of white self-sufficient masculinity that's been endangered or pressured by non-white immigration, by feminizing processes throughout society, and by modernity and technological advance. Working with this, I would suggest that one of the things that the appeal to AI by the US military and state more generally does, because it hinges on assumptions about AI's objectivity and capabilities exceeding mere humanity, is that it too ultimately figures as a way to sustain particular forms of white American masculinity and femininity that bear affirmative relationships with the state, bearing in mind, of course, that such relationships are always subject to change. But I suggest this because the appeal to the allegedly placeless, disembodied, and wholly boundless nature of AI works in mutual constitution with categories of gender and race. An outcome of this, that the highly particularized categories and tools of gender and race in question can also masquerade as placeless and universal. So Kaplan's work has also, like this image does as well, highlighted the crucial role that new technologies played in the creation and expansion of empire, but also the creation and claiming of imperial forms of masculinity inherently tied to deeply exclusionary notions of the land and the technology. While distinctly white, these forms of masculinity borrowed from a range of imaginations about what it meant to be indigenous, or at least native to the land of what became the United States. These forms of masculinity were carved out against very enduring myths about the inevitable disappearance of indigenous people in the United States. This kind of imperial masculinity persists in military circles, although of course its form has shifted through the centuries. One of the more striking examples in the present, though, is found in US Special Operations Forces, who are well known for carrying themselves and carrying tools and weapons that might suggest they are native to the area of operations in question, for instance, Afghanistan, while also at the same time carrying symbols and weapons that make a strong suggestion of US indigeneity, again, nativeness to the land of the US. As a last note on this, the Special Operations Forces are also some of the frontline military personnel who tend to test out new technologies in practice on the ground, including AI-powered ones. So the racialization of space in these examples justifies the range of imperial violence, the kind that made and continues to make the nation space of the United States, and that which occurs allegedly remotely from the US. It's not that there are not other factors in place which enable such violence, but the racialization of space sets literal groundwork for the war and security projects that we discuss now. So to finish up with this section, I want to raise a notion from historian Greg Grandin that the myth of a boundless United States has ended, and that the border wall from the Trump administration, which, as Ruha Benjamin pointed out last night, is now owned by the Biden administration, which is not candid. This wall, though, is a powerful symbol of this end of the myth. and that this is now about a turning inward and away from expansionist empire of the past. I believe empirically this is not true, not in a sense of the external remote empire that he and Kaplan discuss, but also I think we can see the flexibility of imperial power with the tools and imaginaries of AI, and that the frontier and the land and empire more generally doesn't need to be conceived of just as it was in the 1800s to persist into the present. I would say there's a good argument to be made about the practice and dynamics of the frontier being recapitulated in a number of recent US wars through the use of technology, for instance in Vietnam, and very strikingly in Iraq and Afghanistan. To add to this, scholars like Yard and Katz help show how AI and other imperial technologies remain constituted by imperial space by following, as they do, the early instantiations and conceptualizations of AI, which emerged very explicitly for and through US imperialism. Attending to the grounding context of how and why AI has been developed means attention drawn to empire, and that it not only remains tied to a concept of homeland, which is used to justify war, but attention to how AI works to naturalize US space and the power tied to it. And this is in cases where the space is within the homeland and where it's being essentially exported abroad to places like Guantanamo Bay or forward operating bases in Afghanistan, just as examples. So in sum, AI shores up the kind of borders of race that were used to construct the highly changeable borders of the US in the first place. And I think our previous speakers have also spoken to this. So the assumptions about where and who, and the imperial investments intrinsically tied to maintaining particular sets of material relations are intrinsic to the warfare that is alleged to be increasingly placeless and universal. The homeland is still very much the place that the idea about the homeland being the planet sprang up from, and this comes from a very particular way of viewing the planet, viewing technology and people that only masquerades as objective and politically neutral. AI produces, but of course is also a product of its context. Not a new claim, of course, but I want to reiterate that this is important because removing it from its context, including its spatial context, is key to how it's become naturalized and understood as an inevitable future of war. The sheen of inevitability is powerful for US imperial projects and has been since prior to the formal founding of the US. Having allegedly inevitable, but perhaps even desirable, tech like AI that promises objectivity in the service of empire lends this even more force. But I want to echo what many critical scholars, including Ruha Benjamin last night, have already said, that like war itself, nothing about this moment is inevitable, but is instead the result of intrinsically political, and I would argue intrinsically placed and placeable investments and norms. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers. And at this point, we are going to, well, open it up to the floor for questions, because I think we'll have quite a few. And just as we have a little bit more time, I will certainly get to you immediately. I do want to now take the time to introduce our first two speakers properly, because I sort of rushed a little at the beginning when I thought we were running behind time. And Dr. Baykurt is an assistant professor of urban futures and communication at UMass Amherst, focusing her research on the critical study of technology and culture and their role in the reproduction of social inequalities. And Dr. Lyamuya is a Master of Public Policy and Administration candidate at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, interested in the intersectionality between emerging new technologies, particularly artificial intelligence and immigration, and asylum systems. And so thank you for giving me an extra chance to introduce people, and I apologize for rushing at the beginning. So there was a question from the audience. We have a roving microphone. Can I remind everyone, please do speak into the microphone, because this is the only way that our online audience, which is actually, I believe, quite a lot bigger than our in-person audience, will hear the question.
Hi, for those online, this is Ruha asking the first question. First, I just want to acknowledge the obscene time for those on the East Coast. I just realized that the sun hasn't even risen. And so thank you so much for looking like it's the height of the day over there and for waking up to be in conversation. All of the papers I found to be incredibly brilliant and generative. So I just want to thank you for your work and for the insights and how wonderfully they speak to the theme of the conference. One of the through lines that I noticed that related more or less to all of the papers was the kind of boundary work to draw on a classic kind of STS concept that was at play, even as we're talking about geographic and political borders, the kind of epistemological borders and boundaries that were being evoked by whether it's your informants or whether it's the archives or the documents you're looking at. And so I think one of the things I would love to hear any of you speak to, and here I'll just give a quick example from several of the papers, the way that people would say either that what they were doing was AI and therefore emerging and novel and all of the futuristic things, or no, this is not AI, this is just statistics, it's flowcharts. And so just the way that people were positioning their work in terms of border work on one or the other side of this boundary in relation to AI. And so I think a conversation just for the conference as a whole is to think about the work that this category of AI does, the branding, how it there's not one set of practices that fall under that hood, but I just wonder how you can help us think about unpack AI as this practice that people are positioning themselves in relation to, and how we should not simply adopt the category of the actors and assume that even if they call it AI or don't call it AI, that it is. So how should we have a kind of critical stance in relation to it? So anyone who wants to speak to that.
I'll go first. Thank you, Ruha, for this excellent question. And I'm not going to get into the low tech and high tech AI case in our case study because I think Irene has a lot more to say. But I will talk a little bit about how the category of high tech, low tech works in terms of ethics within the UNHCR. This is part of the reason why I was mentioning how the team, when we interviewed them, mentioned that they were not collecting biometrics data, right? This wasn't like high-tech surveillance. They were really just looking at innocent data sets, right? Like sort of non-traditional weather data, social media data that is available to everyone on Twitter or Facebook, kind of making the boundary work of making sort of the predictive analytics look innocent and caring rather than protecting borders or controlling bodies. So how that played in our case was really, it's important to us because I think it really sort of helps the UNHCR innovation team to absolve themselves of any sort of discomfort that they might have otherwise felt with collecting data. But also serves the same purpose, right? How is that? We haven't heard a good reason why the predictive analytics that's being done in that sort of so-called innocent way is better than what Palantir does at the borders. Other than the fact that one is more sort of transnational organization, NGO type work, as opposed to privatized. So the boundary work really matters, I think, not just in terms of the categories or how these authors sort of draw those boundaries, but also in terms of what is at stake and how is the ethics of that work is being constructed. And I don't know if Ellie wants to add anything to this.
I'm just going to add one thing about how the UNHCR itself, how they are aware of the negative consequences that can come out of this technology, and how, as Burcu mentioned, they feel more comfortable because one, Project Jetson and Wintercell, they are both in-house predictive tools. And so in that sort of way, they don't necessarily think of how negative consequences can emerge out of their use of those predictive tools in the border work.
Okay, I'm on screen. So I think for me, you already touched on it to some extent, right? A lot of times the semantics, we're meant to be sort of stuck on the semantics simply because AI is this new thing that, you know, it has its own commodity, it is commodity, right? So it can be sold to people. So on one end, you want to be able to sell innovation. You want to be able to say, this is AI, this is high tech, this is the future. On the other end, if you're doing something else, you don't want it to be AI. You want to have the freedom to be as violent as you can without necessarily, you know, drawing the attention of the hype. So this is the reason why I focus more on algorithmic cultures than just trying to pinpoint what is AI and what is not. I think if anybody follows any programming forum or whatever it is, there's loads of jokes about programmers just selling AI as, you know, simple if and loops or if then loops. So you sell it to a company that doesn't have any idea, but essentially it's just a simple, you know, conditional flow. So I think semantics in that sense doesn't really matter. Instead, I focus more on the algorithmic culture, how it is that, you know, these technologies, whether it's a Excel document, whether it's a Visual Basic Code, whether it is a game, it's a website, they are essentially, you know, algorithms at the end of the day. And this is the reason why I focus more on algorithms than just trying to pinpoint AI, because there is a lot of there's a lot of contention that could happen around semantics. And given the fact that I'm not in the field either, I don't have any sort of stance, and I don't want to go into, you know, speaking about, oh, this is naive Bayes algorithm as opposed to whatever version of algorithm. Instead, I would like to focus more on what is the logic behind it. And so for that reason, I think it's a lot that opens up the critique, right, to not just, oh, this is good AI versus bad AI, but instead we can look at all these technologies and the different meanings they produce as an assemblage, right, that can come together to give us a better information of how it is that technology is producing oppression or not, or producing revolution, actually. Yeah, so that's my response to Ruha's question.
Thank you. I'd like to alternate with a couple of the questions from the online audience just to make sure we're representing everyone. So we do have a question from the audience coming up in person. But firstly, a comment from Louise Amour. Burcu and Ali, this is such important work. I'm interested in why you annex biometrics from data science. Rohingya UNHCR case suggests biometric data inputs to deep learning with, e.g., social media. I wonder if you could respond to this comment.
Yeah, thank you. This is a great question. I mean, just to clarify, we weren't sort of removing biometrics data conceptually, but so far in our interviews and the sort of the publicly available documents, we haven't come across the fact that these two particular projects are using any kind of, you know, biometrics or personally identifiable data to build their models, to train their models. And that for us was, you know, we can discuss the opacity of those systems and whether or not we should trust, you know, the sources in terms of what they're doing and what they're sharing with the public or with researchers like us. But putting that aside, we also wanted to zoom in on the fact that these cases allowed us an opportunity to really question what the UNHCR thinks as like good AI, right? Like something that could be sort of created within the boundaries of a transnational non-governmental organization doing, you know, has a humanitarian vision, doing the good work and building this sort of proof of concept or tool, whatever you want to name it, in a way that is not so-called like harmful, right? So that's the reason why we highlighted the fact that this tool was not using biometrics data. There are other projects that the UNHCR is involved that are, more explicitly using like sort of more direct surveillance technologies and personally identifiable data, but these ones we haven't come across yet. So I hope this clarifies both our explanation, but also why that was conceptually relevant.
Thank you. I might move on to an audience question from in person now. Alan.
Thank you for fantastic talks, really inspiring. And I'm just thinking about Irene's description of the, exactly as she said, this kind of assemblage of human and algorithmic agents. Having myself passed through the immigration system of the UK, but having the privilege of doing that with a white skin, this is something that is really underpins a lot of the questions that I have had as I look at how algorithms are applied in governance. And in particular, I spent quite a number of years looking at how people respond to diagrams when they're asked to act as a human, but in response to a diagram. So your question about the algorithmic flowchart, I think is extremely interesting because the flowchart is an assemblage in which the behavior of humans is directed by a particular kind of document. And I think it's really fascinating to ask the ways in which where all machine learning technologies do recruit humans as part of their sphere of action. I think it's really fascinating that you can draw a flowchart on a piece of paper and that already becomes an AI because people who are constrained by the behavior of the algorithm. So I guess my question is, I don't find the phrase algorithmic flowchart as worrying as you do, because as a professor of computer science, I guess every day we show our students flowcharts and nobody ever questions whether the flowchart is an algorithm. But of course, in their mind, the flowchart is always something to be followed by a machine. And you observe that a flowchart becomes an AI if you give it to a person. So I guess my real question is how you would contextualize that historically, because flowcharts were invented some decades ago, probably more than a century ago, and I'm wondering if there's actually a legacy or a media archaeology of the flowchart as having always been an AI even before the phrase artificial intelligence was invented.
That's a hard question. I would like to call a lifeline. So I don't think I've done that much history into, or I've not looked into the history of flowcharts, and that's quite, I think that's even more embarrassing to some extent because I actually taught communications for a while. But I don't have this history of flowcharts. I think for me, how I was operating was essentially quite simplistic, looking at, starting from computer science books, actually, looking at how it is that they teach an algorithm. So I looked at, books that would explain the basics of an algorithm, and they all explain that algorithms are usually written as flowcharts or they're written as pseudocode, which then are transferred into some extent into code, which is the program itself. So that's what I'm working from. I haven't really done a historical analysis of flowcharts in general. I would say the closest that I go into that is thinking of data visualization, which again will link back into, the work from W.E.B. Du Bois, and people such as, what's her other name? Florence Nightingale, or I always confuse her with someone else. But that's the closest that I've gone to looking at diagrams as, as important social tools to inform people. But I haven't specifically looked at flowcharts, but thank you for letting me know to do that.
Thank you. I'm going to pass over to another question online, also for Irene. thank you for your interesting talk. Can you talk some more about how you organize the workshops with participants imagining the immigration system's algorithms as flowcharts?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So at the point where I was working on this, I was also doing a lot of work for, I was reading Sasha Kosanza-Chok's Design Justice, and I was quite interested in participatory design. And given that my history coming from gender studies as well, and then going into media and humanities is, working participatory, whether it is, animation, whether it is, photo voice projects. So how I essentially did it is that I spoke to people, I got in contact with people who were already interested. It's very limited, as I said, the project, but what I did was that we sat down in a workshop, and we all, as people who had applied for a visa or, had known someone that applied for a visa, sat down and wrote down the flow of how we came into the country, or the flow of how other people came into the country, as a way to sort of back engineer or reverse engineer how it is that, so it's sort of, if you play a video game, having like this very grounded experience of the algorithm, again, in line with, what feminist scholar like Suzanne Lee Starr might talk about in terms of the narratives behind design, right? The narratives behind infrastructure. So again, it was about just going back into that narrative and having people chart out their different flows, how they came into the country, but also having their voice inside of it. So whether it was being sarcastic, so for instance, some people could say, give all the money that you can and still apply. Give all the money that you can and still apply. Give all the money that you can and still apply, and then finally get rejected. And that could be the flow that someone designs themselves. And that's how they experience the immigration system, right? So I think it's very limited to some extent, but also I think it sort of places these large issues that we're talking about into their everyday narratives, which I think is part of what feminist infrastructural analysis does. It's about placing things back into their narratives, as opposed to working towards this universalizing grand narratives. So yeah, it's also related to D. Fox Harrell's subjective computing, how it is that we can start off from our individual experiences of computers and systems towards a more cultural understanding, and perhaps even towards a more critical approach towards computing, where we can create our visions, or bring those visions that we have and the imaginaries that we have into more critical, just systems. So I hope I've answered that question.
Thank you. That was a wonderful answer. We are coming fairly close to time, so I think we have time for one more question, and I'd be particularly interested in a question relating to the third talk, because I think we focused mainly on the first and second. So we have a question, maybe we have time for both. So Kanta, and then this side of the room. Your name?
Thank you. I'm actually asking the question on behalf of Kerry Macarith, who's at the Centre for Gender Studies and unfortunately can't make it in person right now. The question is, yes, for Lena. Kerry is asking, I'd be really interested to hear Lena talk about the positioning of China as the enemy in the US imperialist discourse of the homeland.
Yes, do we want to also take Lawrence and Kloster?
Hi, thanks. I'm Lauren Wilcox from the University of Cambridge Centre for Gender Studies, and I also had a question for Lena. I guess my question is related to this idea that, I mean, in blunt terms, like, how new is the AI, this threat? Are we understanding it as just a kind of solely continuation, or is there something kind of new about the ways in which this is constructed? You mentioned that, the kind of flexibility of the US empire is involved here. So I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about how, what is this, kind of the newness of this, as well as some of the kind of continuities with empire. And I guess maybe this could be for everybody as well, but I'm thinking about the sorts of interrelations between different kinds of borderings and different scales of borderings. So, beyond kind of just the national borders and this kind of idea, I'm wondering about how these things relate to how we're, say, bordering bodies, for example, on that level. So maybe you could speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, first to Carrie's question. It's a very good question. Yeah, let me see if I can sort of capture all this somehow. Yeah, so given that there's also a simultaneous kind of acceptance that there's now the great powers competition resurgence, and of course the US is focusing so heavily on China, there is I want to say there's a massive racialization of sort of our AI versus their AI. There's a kind of like, there are definitely othering processes that are happening with regards to the AI that it is alleged, at least, that China is developing, which is immediately, of course, constructed as a threat to the US. And it's kind of this, the threat of like technology from China that is, it's hard to capture. I think in part because like I haven't followed the AI stuff so closely up until now, but yeah, just the fact that there's a space that's constructed as a threat now, which is China, is developing their technology. This really does loom large in a lot of these documents that I've been reading, as far as like the sort of like roadmaps for what to plan for within the next few decades. Right up front, you will always see that China is doing XYZ, therefore we need to counter with XYZ, but we need to do it better. We need to do it more or faster. And I think probably Carrie could speak very well to the sort of racializing element that's happening here with regards to whiteness versus sort of like the orientalized Asian other, but yeah, that's such a convoluted answer to this. But yeah, I'd be interested to hear from Carrie on this, I think is what I want to say. With regards to Lauren's question, yeah, this is another thing where I feel like if I was more familiar maybe with this AI literature, I could answer this in a better way. But I want to say that there is not a whole lot that is entirely new about AI specifically. I think maybe some of the other speakers and some of the other ideas that we've heard just since yesterday have also sort of spoken to this, where a lot of what's called new in AI is really not all that new. It's sort of the same processes that are driving this. And as far as like bordering and sort of categorizing and also working with categories, for instance, of gender and race that have been claimed to be natural since, for so long, since the advent of modernity, basically, that these things become sort of hard-baked into AI. But we can see this happening with so many other sort of technologies. For instance, the drone was the one that I raised. But that also, that's been claimed to be automated or like the future of automated warfare. That's not entirely true. There are always humans involved in this. And I think the same is true of AI, where we're always talking about people when we're talking about AI, and we're talking about human investments and very human political investments. So I guess my brief answer to that would be I get the sense, at least at this stage in my research, that there's not a whole lot that is new about AI per se, but I am happy to be challenged on that by others who may know more. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We are now at time. It will be coffee in the foyer, and we'll be reconvening here at 11:05. I do want to leave the audience with one final thought, which was what was kind of going through my head throughout these three talks, which is the question of the thing that kind of came across to me across all these talks is the relentless pressure to push these systems forward when we have really failed to grapple with these incredibly complex and nuanced underlying issues, whether that's, pushing these systems out in refugee contexts, even though A, they don't work, and B, if they did work, they'd be hugely problematic, whether it's using AI in border control in the UK context, and we know that the UK government is very keen to roll out AI, across the space, or whether it's AI in, for example, the US military context. I got an email over the weekend saying that the Pentagon's chief software officer resigned in protest at the slow pace of technological transformation in the US military, and because he could not stand to watch China overtake America, to Lena's point. Failure of the US to respond to Chinese cyber and other threats were putting his children's future at risk. He also blamed the reluctance of Google to work with the US Defense Department on AI and extensive debates over AI ethics. By contrast, Chinese companies are obliged to work with Beijing, and we're making massive investments into AI with regard to ethics in this person's view. That is a terrifying framing. Putting that into this like zero-sum game framing that forces us to push forwards on a technology that we really haven't understood the ramifications of, well, a set of technologies, if you will, while being forced to consider all of these issues of ethics and impacts on varied populations as secondary or as an obstacle to the safety of our children and grandchildren is a recipe for disaster, in my view. So I guess my question for the coffee break is, what can communities like this effectively do in the face of this overwhelming pressure? So on that note, cheery note, I'll leave you to your coffee.
Are we good to go? So I'm just waiting for a sign that we are live again and that our panelists are ready. I'm not quite sure where this sign is going to come from. Could you find Rachel or Tony and ask, because I don't want to get going until I know. Oh, Rachel. Okay, sorry. Right. I think I'm ready. If good. Well, welcome back, everyone. I found that first panel really fascinating. It resonated with me in many ways. I spent 10 years serving as a British diplomat, and one of the striking things about British foreign policy is that Britain is, it seemed to me anyway, mingling with other diplomats, one of only 2 countries that really see the whole of the world as their business. And the other one is the US. Of course, Britain did once have a global empire, and the US has global reach. But this paradox between wanting to be a nation state and wanting to have national borders, while at the same time thinking the entire world is your business, is one that this country, I think, is failing to resolve. And it was so interesting to see the word empire used in that context. And what does empire mean? Because it means so much. It resonates in so many ways. But this idea of seeing the whole world as your business, whether they want to be seen as your business or not, and very often they don't, seems central to that idea. That, of course, is an old problem. And so it was also really interesting to hear, again, people emphasizing that AI is not bringing with it new problems. And in a sense, the fetishization of AI as somehow intrinsically the source of the problems is a distraction, because the real problems already exist. And the question is, how is AI exacerbating them? How can it help us to remedy them? Or in what ways is it perpetuating them? Those, it seems to me, are the real questions. I thought that came through strongly in last night's discussion too. So now we have our second panel. It's a bit shorter because, unfortunately, one of our panelists, Fredy Mora-Gámez, has been called away in a family emergency. That's why we're starting a bit late, but we will still finish the panel on time at 12:15 for lunch. And it's the second panel on our theme of borders, on AI nationalism and the borders of the nation state. And first up, we have participating remotely, there they are, they're already there, excellent, Fran, Meissner and Karolina from the University of Twente in the Netherlands, who will be talking about border technologies and responsible design, exploring design in imagining future border tech. So Fran and Karolina, the floor is yours.
Let me just share the screen. So we should have that up and running now. Can we just get, yeah, I can see it there in the screen. So thank you so very much for that introduction. And we're very delighted to be here joining you virtually from Twente, the University of Twente. Karolina, who works for the Design Lab, and I have teamed up for this paper where we are looking at border AI and why we might want to think about it from a responsible design angle and what doing so would entail. So the way that we're going to go about in the presentation today is we'll first give you a little bit of a sketching out the problem idea. We'll then talk about what's going on in European regulations at the moment with regards to border AI. And then we'll talk about what it might mean looking at this through what is called a guidance ethics approach, which is one particular type of responsible design. And we'll then finally conclude with a few thoughts on how we might be moving forward from here. So just to be very clear, we don't necessarily think that the problem that is at hand here is one of migration. Instead, what we think is one of the big problems to discuss is that really there is a quite large market for technology that can be used within border contexts, in particular what we call border AI. So with that, we mean, or we kind of define that as biometric technologies that are networked through AI systems. So what has been going on there is that there's been this quite large growth in a market for those kinds of technologies. And in some ways, the idea of border AI is really fueled by this idea of seamlessly moving through border spaces and the ability of people to do so while still being able to see the migrant. So the visibility of the border, but the migrant still remaining visible. What we quite often forget about this is that this is a particular context that is politically quite highly charged, and that doesn't necessarily mean doesn't necessarily have the same kinds of implications as, for example, using biometric data and identification for credit transfers might do. So in this regard, it is important for us to ask, okay, what kinds of problems might there be associated to these questions? And as was already pointed out in the keynote yesterday, Teande Ashume points to the uniquely experimental, dangerous and discriminatory role of technology in border and immigration enforcement contexts. And she then kind of goes on to point us in this direction of asking, okay, so what might be the regulatory questions that are in place? And here I'm going to hand it over to Karolina to talk about the regulations.
Thank you so much, Fran. So regarding border control and border AI specifically, from the perspective of regulations, we see a tendency towards focusing on the safety of the system versus the safety of migrants. And if I would like to show you some of the examples that demonstrate it, I would like to have 3 regulations and go a little bit more deep into that. 3 European Union regulations. So as you can see, regarding the GDPR, for instance, and the European Data Governance Act, and as a third one, the European Artificial Intelligence Act, the last 2 have only been just proposed, so they are not yet ratified, but they show already a tendency about to what extent systems, including border AI systems, would be aimed for maintaining the safety of the system rather than the safety of migrants. So from the perspective of the GDPR, which has been in force since 2018, you could see that the GDPR is not explicit, but it covers means of collecting and processing personal biometric data, for instance. Whereas biometric data constitutes a very special category, falls under Article 9 as sensitive data. When used for unique identification purposes, its use is permitted. Exceptions indeed arise when it's duly justified, proportionate, and subject to safeguards. At the same time, of course, these technologies need to maintain, with respect to the implications, need to abide by human rights laws. If we would move forward to the next regulation, and regarding the European Data Governance Act, that actually manifests what Fran has already somehow introduced regarding this market-driven potential of biometric systems. Whereas the European Data Governance Act is aimed for more data sharing based on European general data protection regulations. At the same time, it is also aimed for fueling this economy. Within the fueling of the economy and economic prosperity, border AI technologies also constitute a role. So for instance, it's been a long discussion whether facial recognition technologies need to be banned or allowed for certain purposes, such as border control. The facial recognition as a technology still is allowed under this regulation, under the proposed regulation. With respect to Europe, the European Artificial Intelligence Act, as you might know, this has a broad definition in terms of AI technologies in order to allow for the broadest inclusion of such technologies. This also applies for border AI. Although the aim of the regulation itself is really to maintain reasonably foreseeable misuse, which is, in other words, also aimed for preventing harm coming from these systems. So this shows also to what extent is the focus on the safety of the system rather than on the safety of migrants. If we would specify it more concretely, we can move forward regarding what is it that it means for border control context, what this regulation would bring about, that the use of border AI systems would be intended by public authorities in order to maintain migration, asylum seeking, and border control management. It would maintain the assessment of risks posed by potential individuals coming to enter a country, for verifying the authenticity of relevant documents, assisting in examination of applications for asylum, visa, and residence permits, and basically establishing this eligibility for a status. Of course, the regulation also specifies that obviously all these systems need to abide by already existing regulations as well. However, after a short introduction to these three regulations, what we can see is that basically the regulations maintaining the safety of the system need to facilitate that, for instance, facial recognition systems can be employed within border control context. Although you can see that civil society movements, such as, for instance, the European Data Protection Board's recent initiative, which is against banning facial recognition, is prominent. And you can also see the EDRIS in Claim Back Your Face movement. These are quite important developments in terms of facial recognition, yet they don't concretely apply for the border control context as such.
And I think what we can see here from these elaborations that Karolina has given us on the various different legislations and regulations is that quite often regulations focus on the safety of the systems, but not directly on the safety of humans. And while we're talking about biometrics in a sort of broad sense here, not only thinking about iris scans or facial recognition, but also, for example, behavioral biometrics, we must kind of consider this as being a really crucial question to ask. And a few of the regulations also include provisions or documents that are white papers that are being produced, include documents on making sure that there is some kind of co-creation process with all of those affected by those different systems. And this made us ask what might actually happen if we do engage in thinking about what is called a guidance ethics approach and thinking about border AI in terms of a guidance ethics approach. So Karolina, just to give us a little bit of insight on what is this guidance ethics approach?
Guidance ethics is one methodology of responsible design, we could say. Regarding the very methodology itself, its main goal is to incentivize the cross-fertilization of ideas and ethical reflections among various stakeholders regarding one societal problem in a given context. So we thought using this lens would be very interesting for assessing border AI within the context of border control. As you can see on the slide, it has 3 stages. So first, it focuses on the context itself, and in that specific context, the societal problem and the particular technology that is involved in there. As a second stage, it incentivizes the stakeholders who come from this quadruple helix, or you could also name them academics, governments, potentially also non-governmental institutions, and obviously companies producing these systems, and bring them to the table in order to be able to share their ethical reflections and views regarding the societal problem as such. So in our case, the very system and the implications of border AI systems, and then contest it together. The outcome of these dialogues would lead to options for action. And that's the third stage, in which the options for action would and could entail change in the technology, a redesign, or an adaptment of the system, the environment, the institutional embedding of systems, border AI systems, and also the adaptability of users.
So if we're kind of thinking about this kind of approach of thinking about the kinds of values that get built into technologies, and if we're thinking about this first stage of the context, we already recognize a few challenges that we might face in responsibly designing border AI. So what we find is, and I'm talking to the, preaching to the converted already, is that we are here talking about a highly political context that might not necessarily be resolvable through technological solutions. And it is indeed a context of potential life and death situations. So this is definitely one of the really quite complex ideas that we need to kind of take into consideration in thinking about this particular context as one to be developing technology for. If we now say we can resolve some of the concerns already at this context discussion and assume we are in the stage of dialogue, we really start coming up to questions of diversity in the border context as well. Because the question would not necessarily be how you involve migrants in a dialogue, but how you involve the very highly stratified legal status definitions that are making migrants be really quite differentiated in how they can move through border landscapes, and how in certain power imbalances between the various different actors to be brought to the table in dialogue would actually be playing out. Another issue that we might face in these kinds of questions of dialogue is that the predictability that would be expected from these technological systems might be one that is very different given various different stakeholders. So what we are potentially going to find in this kind of situation is a dialogue where likely not all of the stakeholders can actually join together at the table. And if the dialogue did happen, values and ideas about the effects of the technology might diverge so much that the options for action, so stage 3, would potentially be completely irreconcilable. So even with this very value-focused approach, we might still find that border AI is simply not something that can responsibly be designed. So where does that leave us? How should we be moving forward then?
So regarding the fact why, for instance, the guidance ethics approach would not be able to reach its full potential, we should keep in mind that the institutional embeddedness of these border AI systems. So for instance, allowing for a hope to be resident who could be seen as one of the most vulnerable participants if we think of the group of this diverse group of migrants. So allowing for a hope to be residents to renegotiate border AI would mean renegotiating their institutional embeddedness. And there seems not to be an incentive for it, especially for hope to be migrants, to include them in such discussions. And regarding border AI as technology as such, it would be important to contest the border control policies and also contest border control institutional embeddedness of these systems in order to figure what other ways are there to try to apply a responsible design lens.
And this in some ways kind of gives us maybe the kind of last concluding thought here. Even though we presented you with quite a few challenges to doing a responsible design of border AI, the question might be whether that kind of approach might lead us to developing quite different technologies than border AI. And here I found Irene's talk in the first panel extremely informative in thinking about what kinds of steps and movements might be produced then in those kinds of contexts. So on that note, we would like to hand over to the next presentation, or back to the room at least.
Yes, thank you so much, Fran and Karolina. It's wonderful to have this kind of positive approach proposed, and I'm sure people will have many questions about how to implement it. But before we get there, please let me welcome Anna Valdivia from King's College London, who is going to give our second presentation on this panel, Algorithmic Oppression at the EU Borders, How Biometric Systems Are Jeopardizing Fundamental Migrants' Rights. Anna, over to you.
Okay, so thanks to the Leverhulme Center for the Future Intelligence and the University of Cambridge for organizing the Critical Borders Conference and bringing us today all together. Also, thanks to the IT to facilitating this hybrid conference. I know that they struggle, so thank you so much for setting this up. I'm very honored to share with you today my ongoing research at the Security Flows, an ERC project that develops a novel interdisciplinary framework to understand how data is generated, exchanged, and contested in border encounters. So the process of transforming our everyday lives into quantifiable data is also transforming borders. We are witnessing an increasing use of artificial intelligence at the border for migration control, multi-million euro projects to connect databases with travelers' information or to detect deception on traveler faces. In the EU, biometric systems that analyze fingerprints are extracted from asylum seekers and stored in information management systems to implement border controls as well as asylum and migration policies. The racializing functioning of biometrics has a long-standing colonial history. Fingerprints and handprints were used in the 1800s by William Herschel, a British officer for the Indian Civil Service, matching the identity of, I don't know what's going on. Oh.
No, it's not your fault, Sam.
Okay.
I think you need to make sure that the slides are showing, so I'm so sorry to interrupt.
It's fine.
So there, now they're up. I think that's better. There we go, I'm so sorry.
Okay, it's fine. So I'm gonna take it from there. The racializing functioning of biometrics has a long-standing colonial history. Fingerprints and handprints were used in the, okay, that's not me, right? No, that's not me.
Oh. You're trying to make it full screen, like presenter mode. Present, yeah. Great.
Okay. So as I was saying, fingerprints and handprints were used in the 1800s by William Herschel, a British officer for the Indian Civil Service, matching the identity of colonial subjects with their job contracts to avoid fraud. Likewise, Francis Galton, who is nowadays considered the father of eugenics and biometrics, was looking for the heritable characteristics of race. In 1885, the first biometric system was introduced by a French police officer, Alphonse Bertillon, who created a method, the Bertillon system, to classify criminals based on their physical measurements. As it could be inferred, these experiments were run using on-target and racialized individuals. So nowadays, in the EU context, Frontex and EULISA are the main agencies regarding the ratification of the EU borders. On the one hand, Frontex was established in 2004, and it was tasked with border control of the European Schengen area. It has created the first EU uniform body. Its budget has been increased consistently across years. On the other hand, EULISA, so we witness nowadays how Frontex is taking all the attention of journalists and academics, but EULISA is very relevant when we want to study the ratification of the EU borders. So EULISA was founded 7 years later in 2011. Its goal is to ensure the operation of large-scale IT systems within the area of freedom, security, and justice that are instrumental in the implementation of the asylum, border management, and migration policies of the EU. Despite of the fact that it hasn't bring the same attention than Frontex, in 2020, last year, they announced the most expensive contract of its history, 300 million euros to develop a new database for migration control. So it is worth noticing that these agencies operate all together. They cooperate to design smart borders for the sake of securitization and efficiency. Despite of the large amount of money that the EU is investing on AI and identification technologies, I question how these processes are nowadays jeopardizing migrant rights. So when we are studying the ratification of the EU borders, we have to take into account the Dublin regulation. Dublin regulation is a key aspect in this context, as they use these large databases to reinforce this law. So this law determines which EU member state is responsible for the examination of an application for asylum. It basically constrains human rights such as the freedom of movement of asylum seekers that arrive to Europe. This law, as I said before, is enforced with Eurodac, which stores data of asylum seekers to determine which country is responsible for examining this application. It actually stores biographic data and fingerprints to authenticate individuals aged 14 years old or more. nowadays, also, the EU proposed to lower this age to 6 years old and use also facial recognition to identify individuals. The VIS is another database used for law enforcement and migration control. It stores information, also fingerprints and biographical data, of short-stay visas in the Schengen space. The EU wants to enhance this system, adding more information of individuals to facilitate expulsions. There are also plans to implement facial recognition in this database. The EES, the entry-exit system, is a still to be implemented database that will register all border crossings by non-EU citizens in the European space. The European Union is planning to also add biographical data, fingerprints, facial recognition into this database. There are plans that this database will be functioning in this year, currently this year, but it has been delayed because of COVID or other constraints. But more concretely, like how biometric system works. So here we have a chart that shows how biometric system works nowadays. So basically, we have a database containing images of fingerprints or faces, and then this algorithm what does is to analyze patterns in order to analyze and match faces or fingerprints that correspond to the same individual. So once this algorithm is trained, what the system does is when it receives another fingerprint, it tries to analyze the patterns, it tries to analyze all the fingerprints that are stored in this database and get a score that analyzes the similarity between this input and all the images stored in this database. Once we have this score, we can say if this fingerprint or image has been a genuine attempt. A genuine attempt means that that fingerprint, that image belongs to the same person. On the other hand, an imposter attempt corresponds to fingerprints that don't correspond to the same person. And it's worth mentioning that when we are dealing with algorithms, they are not perfect. They are not 100% accurate. And this also happened with biometric systems. So biometric systems commits two types of errors. The first error is false match. And it's when two pieces of biometric data from different people are judged to be from the same person. A false non-match is when two pieces of biometric data from the same person are judged by the system to be from different people. So it's worth noticing that nowadays in the EU, there is a critical lack of accountability of biometric systems deployed in Eurodac, in SIS, or in VIS. So we don't know which are the metrics, we don't know which are the accuracy or the rate of false match of the systems that are used nowadays in these databases. So in order to show how nowadays these biometric systems, these large databases are impacting on migrant rights, I will bring today two cases. So this first case is a case of an asylum seeker that appealed his case for asylum in the UK. In the interview conducted by the judge, he claimed that he left Iraq, his country of birth, in 2017. However, the judge found in Eurodac a hit with a similar fingerprint taken in 2016 in Germany. Yet, the asylum seeker denied that that was him. Could be a false match. The judge could question the decision of the algorithm, but rather he questioned the human opinion, saying that the output from the biometric system is unequivocal, and that this evidence undermines the credibility of his entire account and his credibility. Therefore, they denied his asylum into the UK. A second case that I wanted to bring today is an interrogation to a pregnant woman from Ghana who wants to apply for a visa in Germany. However, the case workers reported to the researcher that what strikes me even more is that we found a record in the visa database. The name is different, and the image of the woman shown on the visa information sheet looks also very different from the woman downstairs. What are we going to do with her? She's supposed to give birth in 10 days. That will depend on what she will tell us now. bring her up here, she will have to explain us a few things. She might be on maternity protection, but that does not mean that we cannot ask her few questions. The interviewer confronts Mrs. B with a printout of the visa information sheet and tries to persuade her to admit that the identity stated by the vis, a married woman called Mabel V, is her. In other words, Mrs. B must contest the identity linked to the biometric data of her fingerprints to avoid deportation after giving birth. Unsurprisingly, Mrs. B insists that she is not Mabel V and claims that the passport under this name had been given to her by smugglers before she applied for a visa at the German consulate in Accra. So this is how nowadays biometric systems are jeopardizing migrant rights. And in our project at Security Flows, we have developed a methodology, a digital methodology, in order to better understand who is developing these systems in European Union and how much money has been invested to develop these methods. So this methodology tries to work between opacity and transparency. We found a lot of opacity in those algorithms that nowadays use in the borders because we don't know the metrics, basically, of these algorithms. But in the European Union, we have all these procurement documents, these contracts released by Frontex and EULISA, and they are made publicly available so we can analyze them in a very systematic way. So the methodology basically gathers all these contracts from Frontex and EULISA. It structures these contracts into a database so it can be analyzed after doing some data cleansing. And then we also visualize all these contracts in two different ways with data visualizations and network analysis to understand the connections between the private actors that are developing these algorithms. So this is the first results that we got after analyzing our data, and we saw that both EULISA and Frontex have increased their investments in the private sector, and we saw that in the last years, the money that it has invested has increased. We also have analyzed the contract type of both agencies, and we have observed that while EULISA is mainly focusing on investing money to develop these IT systems, to develop Eurodac, to maintain these systems, Frontex is investing money in very different types of contracts like deportation flights, hiring companies for developing aerial surveillance or maritime surveillance, so buying basically drones, etc., etc. We also analyze which are the most expensive contracts, and as I say at the beginning, EULISA released this contract with 300 million euros to develop this new database called entry-exit system. The second most expensive contract of EULISA was to maintain VIS. So what happened with this system is that sometimes they run out of capacity, they run out of memory, so they have to update this system. So they released this contract award notices. And as you can see on Frontex, they invest money in different types of contracts, like I said before, rattan scheduled flights, and technology for surveillance purposes. We also analyze which are the most award contractors, so who is getting nowadays all the money. And surprisingly, we found that Microsoft, Google, etc., they are not there. There are like other type of companies that are related with biometric systems. So for instance, to develop this entry-exit system, we found that IDEMIA and Soprasteria, which are two well-known biometric companies, got this contract. But they also got other contracts to develop Eurodac or to maintain Eurodac and these other databases. On the other hand, on Frontex, we find like different types of companies related with aviation, related with drone technology, and related with travel agencies in order to implement these deportation flights in the European Union. So we were also interested in analyzing the connections between these private actors, because in the case of, specifically in the case of EULISA, we found that these companies, they collaborate together, they don't compete between them, so they apply together into these contracts, and this can be observed in this network where we analyze which companies apply together into these EULISA contracts. And we saw that all these companies that are related with the development of these biometric systems do apply together. So there is like a lobby in the biometric systems of the European Union. And this is also another table that reflects how much money has been invested in the last years for every database, and also which company has won this contract award notices. And as you can show on this table, you can realize on this table, Soprosteria and IDEMIA are very well-known actors in this scenario. So once we understand who is developing these biometric systems, we were able to better understand and get information of these algorithms that are implemented nowadays at the EU border. So in this case, as we know that IDEMIA is taking all these contracts of hÉigeartaigh, we were able to get the error rate of the facial recognition systems that they are developing. And this is a report taken from NIST, which is an institution in the United States where they evaluate and assess private companies' facial recognition or other biometric systems. Also, in these reports, they analyze nowadays biases in these biometric systems, and these are the error rate for different race and ethnicities and genders of the facial recognition system of IDEMIA. And we can see that the error rate is larger on women, but if we analyze this plot from an intersectionality perspective, we also observe that Indian women or Asian women got a higher rate of errors than white or black women. So finally, when we talk about algorithmic oppression, we have to talk also about historical forms of oppression. When we want to discuss about the ethics of AI at the border, we have to discuss about the ethics of borders. So to sum up, databases and biometrics are widely applied at the EU borders to criminalize and jeopardize migrants' rights. There is a lack of transparency and accountability of the private border industry in the European scenario. And there is a need to analyze the impact on human rights violations of these systems. And for this, we need interdisciplinary teams made of social scientists, computer scientists, law experts to better understand the impacts of these systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anna. Let me just plug myself in here. So we now have time for questions, including from our viewers online. We have about 200 people participating online, some of them live and some of them on catch-up. And of course, from people here present. Those were both really insightful and stimulating talks. And they reminded me of my own computer says no experience that I had a few years ago. I'd been living in Germany. I moved back to the UK. I went to the bank, which I've been using since I was 10, and they said, would you like a credit card? I said, well, okay. And then they tappity, 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 tap. Oh, sorry, you can't have one. Really? Why can't I have one? Tappity, tap. Don't know. Okay. Well, can you find out? So the person I was talking to then phones the kind of computer center hub somewhere in, Hull or somewhere, and speaks to the person for a while. And I said, well, what did they say? Why am I being refused a credit card? And they say, well, the engineer doesn't know. But he said that if you wait a couple of weeks, the computer might change its mind. Which I think is just a wonderful example of the complete lack of transparency, the lack of accountability, and this anthropomorphization of the machine. But it's also, I think, at the heart of so much of what Anna's saying. So crucial to Anna's critique of the border systems is a lack of accountability. So, Fran, Karolina, could your responsible design approach help to address that lack of accountability?
I don't necessarily think so, but maybe Karolina has other thoughts on this.
Regarding my conclusion thoughts, I would come back to that basically allowing for instance, hope to be residents to become invited even to the table to discuss border AI technologies and how they need to be designed would ultimately lead to allowing them to negotiate and renegotiate the institutional embedding of these systems. So basically it would mean to allow them to frame border policies. The likelihood of this to happen is, I would say, quite low. What, however, would be interesting to, and I'm very inspired by Anna's talk and also the work she's been doing. It would be amazing to include these empirical insights regarding migrants. What is it that it happens to them, and then put that more to them to shed more light on their life experiences being framed as such risky, instead of allowing for their framing that would allow them to show that they are meant for prosperous lives. If there would be room for that, but that's potentially beyond border policies, that would be more responsible. At least that's my opinion.
Thank you. Anna, would you like to respond to that?
Is it working right now? Can you hear me well?
No, I don't think it's what we need to check. Hi, can you help me get these mics to work down here? See, you can maybe have a handheld mic, and then that will work. Okay, try one of these. Can you do it?
Yeah, now can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the only question that I wanted to respond to that question with another question, which is, if we analyze, is what I say in the conclusion, right? If we analyze the ethics of AI at the border, why we don't rather analyze the ethics of borders? Like, if we want to, so why we have to question border policies? Why they don't question borders by per se, like as an infrastructure that is jeopardizing human rights?
Yes, indeed. Any questions or comments from the audience? Yes, please, over here.
Hi, thanks a lot. This has been fantastic, and all the presentations earlier as well. They've been really brilliant. I'm Ellen, I'm one of the conference organizers. I have a question for both of you, for both these two excellent papers. When thinking about failure to enroll or false matches or false non-matches, it's, as you have said, it's not just a question of making technology better or more accurate, but creating a better understanding of how consistency is created between fingerprints, ideas of what being a valid migrant means, what the valid migrant looks like, and migration policy. And in some ways also making the friction that we talked about earlier visible. And how do you think that we can create ways of designing then that make for better deployment or make it evident that certain systems can't be deployed in certain contexts? So to raise these questions of credibility and show that we're always produced as iterations in systems. You know, it's not the same person. We're always kind of iterated in different ways in these biometric technologies.
Thank you, Eleanor. Who would like to respond?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a very important thing to think about, with maybe also this idea of contesting AI through thinking about borders. I mean, that's the theme of the conference. There is a question, I think, not only about the ethics of borders, because we actually have a relatively large literature on that remains inconclusive at this particular moment in time. But also to think about, okay, how can we make it more apparent that there is certain contexts where the stakes are simply too high to say that this is the type of technology that we ought to be giving a market to. And I think one of the big takeaways from the paper that we're writing at the moment is simply at the moment, legislation isn't necessarily accounting for that. It might be going, like after a very long discussion on, well, we need regulation, the way that the regulation is currently going for this particular context may just simply not be sufficient. It may need to be kind of rethought in terms of what its objectives ought to be. And I feel that already raising that question in terms of designing these technologies that are used in particular volatile types of contexts is really quite an important question. I'm hoping I'm getting towards answering the question that you posed there.
Thank you, Anna. Would you like to come in?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I wanted to also answer with another question, which is, what does a better deployment means? Because if we take into account the biometric systems deployed in Eurodac, they are deployed to for law enforcement. They are deployed to prohibit the free movement of asylum seekers. So in the imagine that we have this accurate, perfect, and fairer biometric system deployed in Eurodac, it will still criminalize migrants, right? So I answer you with this other question, like what does a better deployment mean? I think that what it's true is that we can further analyze and better understand how these algorithms work to challenge them in the court. So in that case that I show with that judge that took this the output of this biometric system as the credibility, we have to challenge that, right? We have to tell them that they are using systems that are not perfect, and this is impacting on human rights.
Yes, thank you. And Sanai, please. Oh, yes, right, I'm sorry. And then...
Thank you for your presentations. One of the projects that I'm involved in, PhD project, is on collective trauma and refugee stories in the digital area. PhD student Salam Kirana will defend her thesis in a month from now. And one of the things that she looked at is how mobile phones technology has helped refugees find their ways from Africa to Europe, ignoring the physical borders, but getting challenges from digital borders, right? And what I would like to ask is, can you give reflections on how you can use technology to empower refugees, rather than thinking from the borders, the policies that are in place and how you can twist and improve them? How can you use technology, in your experiences, to empower refugees, to not only go beyond the physical borders, but also through the digital borders?
Yeah, I'm a bit critical about the word empowerment because I don't want to empower nobody, right? Like they will be empowered if they want to be empowered, but I'm not nobody to tell them like use technology to be empowered. But I think that machine translators, so this software that can translate from one language to another language, is an example of how technology can empower or help migrant asylum seekers that arrive to the global north in that sense, because it helped them to better, to translate when they receive like an official document, because usually these documents are in the official language of the countries, or in Spanish, Italian, or English. So in that case, I found that these technologies, machine translators, are like a real example of how technology can help them.
Thank you, Joy.
If I may also add something to the question, trying to answer a question. I think 2 points I would like to make regarding also the comment of Anna and the question that was raised. I think what is super important to focus also on that AI is, as we also have shown in a paper, something that is networked. So a system would not be a system without the human operating it, or without the data subject being subjected to it, right? So in order to create a system that is more responsible, you have to also responsibilize humans in it. For instance, the judge, or the officer who is maintaining the system, in order to make them and raise awareness regarding all these stakeholders. And I would say this is a benefit of a guidance ethics approach, that you would emphasize also this awareness raising part of it, that sheds more light also on what migrants go through by getting through these systems and make it more visible for those decision makers who, of course, make decisions, even if you have this huge high-tech monopoly to maintain these systems and improve them. So, and regarding this empowerment part, I think to some extent I agree that, I mean, we cannot empower another human being, but obviously given the fact that migrants have a dependent power relation in terms of willing to become granted an entry to a country, and there is some sort of room, I would say, to think through at least to what extent would it be meaningful for those migrants to become part of the system. And regarding the very design itself, because border control is very much a risk-focused system, would be really interesting to see to what extent can there be room provided that makes it as much datafiable and visible what the likelihood and potentialities for positive improvement or positive, contribution to a hosting country society a migrant could have. Okay, this is a nutshell.
I think also it's quite important to recognize that there isn't going to be, okay, this is the emancipatory type of technology. It is the context that is highly problematic in many senses in terms of there being a number of politics that can never be eradicated. I mean, it's a mantra that now keeps on getting repeated, but still at the same time, there is some of the politics that we have to keep in check and that we have to continue debating because they're not going to be resolved by technologies. That doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't some technologies that might help and do help migrants on a regular day-to-day basis. But then we have to ask ourselves, should those technologies also be the tools that create their everyday actions or turn their everyday actions into profiles that then later on become profiles that can be scrutinized in a border type of context or in a context where permission to do X, Y, Z is becoming important. So I think this is where it really is going to depend on considering the particular context, considering also the different types of people and the kinds of, I call it diversities that are being created through the migration regimes that we currently have in place.
Yeah, thank you for those very rich responses. And so my worry a bit is that we might get stuck because on the one hand, we're looking at this very granular way at specific technologies, but then finding it very hard to challenge them and zooming out and saying we have to question borders as such. But of course, we know what a massive task that will be. What scope is there for intervention, for leveraging the policies that exist? I mean, we have the EU AI Act, it's only a draft. It's been mentioned already, and you suggested it was focused more on security of systems than on various sort of human stakeholders. But it does ask us to evaluate AI systems for their impact on fundamental values. I mean, of course, we know, and something Ruha was talking about yesterday, that it's really only, if we're talking about human dignity as a fundamental value, it's only the dignity of some we're interested in and not others. And of course, borders are central to that. But, is there some hope for leveraging the EU AI Act? And if so, of course, the effects are likely to be momentous. And because it's, it has extraterritorial impact, it could make a huge difference.
Yeah, that's true. Like, we need a legal framework in order to regulate AI. But in the case of this document, when we analyze how they want to regulate biometric systems, we observe, like, for instance, they want to prohibit and ban biometric systems in the public spaces, but there are some exceptions. And those exceptions are when the police says that there is like a terrorist attack, there is like a possibility of a terrorist attack, then in this case, they can implement biometric systems in the public space. And we have to also take into account that terrorism have been historically linked with migration, right? So I also question how the European Union is gonna regulate biometric systems, given that they're nowadays using biometric systems for migration control.
Thank you. Fran, Karolina, any hope from the EU AI Act?
I'm going to leave this one to Karolina because she knows it way better. But I guess, one of the arguments to be made is it's better than nothing. But at the same time, that triangle that we showed you early on that comes out of the these different risk categories. So border AI would already be in the highest risk category.
High risk, yeah.
I think anyways, right? So it would fall under particular scrutiny. But that doesn't seem to imply that it might be considered that it should maybe not be used.
It leads back what Fran just mentioned to the point we also tried to make during our presentation regarding that, for instance, the debate around facial recognition systems is really, really high regarding the European Union, at least for those citizens living within the boundaries of the European Union. As you might have seen from the European Data Protection Boards or from EDRI, Claim Back Your Face. I mean, there's a really prevalent initiatives with the collaboration of a lot of NGOs backing this, that facial recognition, for instance, as a biometric system as such would be banned on the streets. Yet we don't see this as being so prevalent with respect to border control. There is just no debate out there, then why not ban it also there? This would be very interesting to see what then the regulation would bring about in terms of specifying then, if it really bans facial recognition, then how will it be able to move forward, allowing for using this facial recognition system for border control purposes? As Anna just really interestingly also pointed out regarding, for instance, terrorism, it has always been showing that this is pretty high stake to allow a lot of systems to be in place in order to prevent that from happening. But with the consequences that are very detrimental for migrants.
And I think another point to be recognized here is also that the draft regulation is a European one. In terms of what has been identified by scholars like Meissner and so on and so forth, the question then also arises whether that kind of regulation might be pushing the development of certain technologies just somewhere else. And we might also know where that is, if it's not taking a clear stance on what needs to be done. But that's just, in the end, it is still better than nothing, I guess.
Thank you. Any questions from our audience?
Thanks a lot for that. I think my question, I mean, you touched, Anna, on eugenics and Galton, and I was very glad that you invoked that whole debate about the quantification of body at the start of your talk. So my question really is that, I mean, it's really this case of zooming out, as you said, Stephen, is that at one level, we are discussing in a very granular way the role of technology and how it validates or reinforces the category of the border. But even zooming out from that, I'm interested in hearing if you have any thoughts how it reinforces the idea that the human body in the end can be codified or can be quantified. Because, and then what implications that has beyond the border. I mean, as a successful or an accurate racialized migrant in the UK, I have crossed the border. But my body is then entirely codified. My retina scans are with the British state, which is not the case for any other British citizen. You know, in the future, my genetic sequence might be with the state, and what that implications that has in sort of modern eugenics or even sort of policing, community policing, etc. So I wondered if you had any thoughts about that.
Great question. Thank you, Hannah.
Yeah, so talking about genetics, there is one of the databases that I didn't mention is the CIS, which also stores like information about the DNA of criminals. So yeah, this is like how nowadays the European Union is, you know, managing data of criminals related with eugenics, right? And also this connection with eugenics, like we have to think that nowadays at the border, we are being identified, like our identity is authenticated through our biometrics, right? Through our fingers, through our face. And this is like connected to the past. This is how Galton wanted to identify criminals, identify patterns in criminals based on the measurements of the faces. And this is largely connected, and it has this link between the past and the present, like how in the 19th century, they started all this science of the body to identify and find patterns in our faces, and how nowadays this is translated into big databases that use AI to do the same task that Galton and Bertillon was doing in France and the UK, but nowadays using AI.
Thank you. Fran, Karolina, any thoughts?
Sorry. Potentially, perhaps, how about the purposes for rendering data in itself correlatable, even if it's biometric or behavioral, or anything that has something to do with you as and having a digital print, a data double. So the extent to which, and then I'm coming back to an earlier point I made, the extent to which the correlation is really made for the purpose of risk profile building would in itself, of course, create some sort of a tunnel vision that you already look for a risk, so you will find something. If the very category itself could be contested, to what extent you have potentialities and capabilities for progress, and there is room for allowing to correlate data for those purposes, that would provide a much, in my view, at least a more humanistic view on the person itself.
Yeah. And I mean, on the question, I think it's also very important to remember that using the body as the kind of thing, as your access key in a way, also has the sort of absurd consequence that people will try and mutilate their body to be able to fit the system, to be able to kind of work around it. And this is something that we shouldn't be asking of anyone, or shouldn't be putting anyone into a situation to do to make their body a different one than it is. And at the same time, a recent decision to allow for ethnic profiling in Dutch border spaces leaves me with the question of, okay, even if we take out the very specifics of, say, an iris scan or a fingerprint, but just go with behavioral biometrics and profiles, those can still be extremely problematic in terms of being used in this kind of context, in the way that it might be putting certain people under scrutiny in a different ways than others. And understanding what kinds of profiles are associated to risk is a thing to consider for sure here.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I don't know if you know that there have been cases of migrants that have cut their fingers in order to avoid this identification through fingerprints in Europe. So this is also another consequence of these biometrics.
Thank you. One more question? So our online community is currently being very quiet because most of them are watching on catch-up, which means all of their questions are going to arrive when we're having lunch. But hopefully they'll have a lively discussion among themselves. Well, let me just thank our panelists for that really rich conversation, fascinating research, and that built wonderfully on our first panel this morning. We now have an hour lunch break, and then at 1:15 we'll be reconvening in here. I'll be handing over to Kanta, who will be talking about AI, fact and fiction, fiction and fact, fact and fiction, fiction and fact. So moving on to our next theme. But before we all go for lunch, I'm not exactly sure where it is. I know it's not in this space where the coffee is it? We have to go outside and that way. But, past the reception and off to the left. Okay. Well, if we go en masse, then we'll all find it. But before you all go, please join me in thanking our panelists for their fantastic presentation.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
going now. Is it the sound?
Ready to go? Yeah, sorry.
Right, thank you. Good. I was starting also to get worried because having been doing conferences in the AI space for the last 5 years, I have started to feel quite passionately that there apparently can't be an AI conference without technical hitches. Like, you can get 300 AI computer science experts in a room and there will be technical hitches. And considering that so far everything's been going flawlessly, I was getting quite concerned, but here we are. So anyway, I was talking about literal versus metaphorical borders. People are coming here to this conference thinking about borders in all kinds of ways, from disciplinary borders to imaginary borders to bodily borders. And we are indeed transitioning now from what could be considered literal national international borders to the more metaphorical and imagined ones. Although I should point out, as the speakers this morning have made so clear, that the borders between countries themselves are, of course, imagined and metaphorical and made real at the same time in different ways, made visible and invisible through narrative, through through imaginaries, through creating stories about what they are and what they aren't. And of course, over the past few years, as after I joined this field, I've seen that it's become increasingly widely acknowledged that, well, as Ruha Benjamin put it yesterday, imagination is a field of action. And it is imagination that we are going to look at in the next panel, AI, Fiction and Fact. We are starting with a presentation by Laura Sartori, followed by Ingvild Bode, both virtually, and then followed by Professor Jill Walker-Redberg here in person. So I would like to give the microphone to Professor Sartori. Over to you.
Here I am, I hope.
Yes,
hello. Okay, perfect. So I'm really excited to be not here, but to be at least virtually with you, because it's actually I'm going to present for the first time some of the results of a research that I've been conducting in the last year within the University of Bologna. So my idea for today is to give you some highlights about the data that have been collected, and with a focus on gender, generation, and competence. And I will give you some ideas about the levels of awareness, attitudes, and emotional responses of the interviewees. And for the floor to discuss, I have 2 points. The first one is about the state of AI anxiety, and the second one is about the role of non-expert, so their role in the AI imaginary. Just to give you a few details about the my survey, definitely we have a non-representative sample of the Italian population. So I talk about Italians, but I'm actually talking about the University of Bologna community. And I administered a questionnaire, both with open and closed question, and I had more than 5,000 respondents. And since our focus is on gender, generation, competence, as you can see, we have a slightly higher percentage of women rather than men, and we have, as it was foreseeable, we have a lot of younger students that reply to the questionnaire. But also another interesting crucial variable is about the competence in the field of technology. And as we will see, competence and especially the proficiency of our respondent is a great predictor about the awareness and the idea of AI. So talking about awareness, One of the questions that I started with was to ask about the contact that the respondent had about AI issues. Sorry, I haven't started. Yes, sorry. The level of awareness, the level of contact that people had with AI issues in the last 12 months. And as you can see, there is a gender difference. So definitely a higher percentage of men have had contact with AI issues rather than women. We have definitely a higher percentage of people with a degree in IT or computer sciences that had a contact with AI issues, and there is no such a big difference through the generation. So age doesn't seem to be so crucial background. But what I want to point here is, for example, that percentage, 11% of people that with no competence have no idea if they had contact with AI issue. So to just highlight from here that not having competence is definitely a way to be unaware of what AI is, where AI is, and if we deal with AI. A second question that I posed was to ask to identify if some application had use of AI, for example, virtual assistant, smart speakers, Google search, Facebook tagging, recommendation system, and Google Translate. And I asked to identify what was the AI behind that. And as you can see, there is a slight difference in advantage for men, but not such a huge difference. What is, to me, at least very surprising is the 37% that you can see for the youngest generation. So it seems that the younger do not know whether there is AI technology used in different applications. And on the other side, those who have a degree in IT and CS definitely know more about the use of AI technology within applications. Talking about attitudes, for example, those who have a very positive opinion, here you see both robot and AI, because in the questionnaire that I administered, I was asking both the two things. But the most important thing for today is focusing on AI. And so, as you can see, there is a huge difference, gender difference. Definitely more men than women know what is AI, and especially they have a very positive opinion about AI. The other thing that I would like to notice is that there is a generation effect, but is declining. But this effect seems to be for the robot, not for the AI. One possible explanation of this is that maybe still today, the level of awareness for AI technology is not that high. So there is not much difference. While on the other hand, talking about generically about robot, you see a difference that goes from the first generation to the third one that we had identified in our sample, seeing that the older knows a little better. And about the competence, this is not strikingly, but it is it goes in the same line of previous results. But if we look, if we take a more complex definition of competence, so we add to those who have a degree in IT or CS, and to these, we also comprise all those who heard, read, or saw something about the AI, and on top of that, we add also those who correctly identified all 6 suggested AI technology. We had defined the proficient profile. And if we look at that proficient profile, we definitely see that the more you know, the more the higher is the more positive is the opinion that you have. And this is important because it confirms, our data confirms a worldwide trend that states that technical competence or even just contact with more general sources of information improve people's opinion. For example, this is another random slide that I wanted to show to you, to show you, because it refers to the trust that people have on the actor that should be entitled for future development of AI in the public interest. So who would you trust? Was the question. And the trust definitely highlights the need for public funded research. As you can see, we have on the one hand the government that raises the least percentage, and on the other side the higher percentage is on public funded research. This is something important for the governance of future development in AI. Coming to the emotional responses to AI narrative, that probably is the focus of this section. Not only is it because I refer to Cave and the HAL work about AI narrative, and here is a brief sum of those 8 narratives of hopes and fear. We have immortality, freedom, gratification, domination on the one side of the hopes. On the other side, we have demonization, obsolescence, alienation, and rebellion. So here we have I tried to give you a snapshot of the situation. And the situation on the left side of the screen, you might see that we can line up the fears going from the least, the narrative that are the least feared and the one that are the most feared. So we start with freedom and gratification, where excitement is definitely more than the concern, and we finish with obsolescence and alienation, where concern is definitely higher than excitement. But what is interesting is that if we look at the likelihood of those narratives to be perceived as concrete in the next 15 years, this was one of the questions that I posed, we see that immortality is definitely not likely as much as rebellion. But on the other side, we have alienation and gratification, which are the most likely. And so you have on the left side, we see that gratification is one narrative to which we have definitely, we are not feared about gratification, but on the other side, gratification is the most likely. So it's interesting how alienation is on, the second example I can make is that alienation is definitely the most feared, but is also the most likely to be concretely in our ordinary life in the next 15 years. So now I show you 3 tables about how gender, generation, and competence can tell us something more about those emotional responses. And so here we see that first, freedom and gratification scenarios are the ones that polarize the least with respect to gender, because those narratives register the lowest levels of concern, and you see the differences. While if we look at gratification, there's not such a difference. Dominant, there's not such a difference as much as freedom. But the point is that the women usually tend to be more worried about, more concerned about what are the fearful scenarios, what are the fearful narratives. On the other side, we see the generation doesn't break down too much in those data, but what does it is competence. And competence is definitely associated with the most feared scenarios. So those who don't have competence, meaning they do not hold a degree in IT or CS, they are more fearful about some narratives, especially the narratives of fear. Here, another thing is about the likelihood I was telling you before, and it is about in the next 15 years. And here I want to draw your attention to the gender difference that is still one relevant thing, and the fact that on the right side of the screen, you see that the four fearful scenarios, the four fearful narratives are those that register the highest difference between men and women. On the competence side, I just draw your attention to the dehumanization and obsolescence narrative, where you can see that the higher you know, the more you know, the less you fear. Although you fear because you see percentages that are quite consistent, quite high, but the point is that the more knowledge you have, the less fear you have for something that is actually not already here. I will leave you with this. I mean, I will go to the points for discussion. Here, there is another table that is pretty interesting because I merged two questions. One about the those who are strongly in favor for further future development on the one side, and their level of concern or excitement. And here, just to give the example with the first number on the upper left side of the screen, I hope that is the same for you. Here I see, for example, that we have 695 women. Among those, we have the 695 women who are excited about immortality, about the narrative of immortality. And among them, you have 32% that are excited. On the other side, you have men. You have 837 men that are strongly in favor of AI further development, and among those you have 62% that are excited for immortality. So even those, both men and women, so we put equal men and women with regard to being strongly in favor to AI future development, but among those that share the same position, there are definitely a huge difference between the excitement. So definitely more men are excited and at the same time strongly in favor to AI further future development. So I will sum up saying that even looking among those who are strongly in favor, there are higher level of concern among women. The difference that the last table we just saw, the differences of strongly in favor between worried and enthusiastic are greater among men than women, and this holds true across all scenarios. This, in my opinion, suggests that the emotional response influences the attitudes of men, keeping at bay non-realistic, fearful reaction. So there is a need, of course, for further research on the gender divide and for the purposes of our workshop, and on how this critical border mediates opinion, knowledge, and the socio-technical imaginary about AI. So, first point of discussion, are we facing a state of anxiety? Do emotional attitudes suggest a connection to a state of AI anxiety? And I would say that there are three possible causes of AI anxiety. The first one is the inaccurate portrayals of AI, what really AI can do. The second is, and this is specifically important to me within a sociological perspective, is the absence of human and institution within the theoretical framework. What I mean is that until the AI is described as a superintelligence in power with no roots, with no social roots, so AI is a sort of lines of code disembedded from social structure and institution, that is absence of human and institution that lead to definitely an AI state of a state of AI anxiety. And then the third point is that to this anxiety, there is also a tendency that I found in also the open question of the questioner, a tendency to anthropomorphize technology and fictionalize its affordances. So I think that the distorted portrayal, the tendency of anthropomorphize are two things that we need to keep together to understand how socio-technical system works. These are just to support what I just said. For example, one question was how well does this photo match your idea of robot? And for example, the humanoid robot was the one that definitely had more support among the respondent. I will go to the last point for discussion and would say that are non-experts important when we talk about AI technology? And my answer is, of course, positive. And the answer is because non-experts interact with and forge tech imaginary. So we need when we talk about AI technology, we need to be inclusive in the design, starting with the design. We need to be inclusive to also be able to include non-represented group in the technology. And I will finish saying that, especially in this auditorium, I would say that talking about the critical borders, and our data, for example, say that the gender is a specific and is a huge predictor of a critical border. I would say that patrolling this critical border is needed for tackling the white guy problem we know there is in AI. So I would love to launch a call for diversity to mitigate propagation and reproduction of inequalities. Second, it is needed for going beyond AI fairness principle. We need to be more concrete than just making some general principle. And third, it is needed for raising awareness of intersectionality issues. And I think that still talking about imaginaries, talking about AI technologies, intersectionality is a line of research that definitely link to these critical borders. I probably I went over my time, sorry for that. And Kanta, I give you back the floor.
Thank you, Laura. I should say I've been in touch with Professor Sartori about her work before, and I've been really looking forward to getting these, to hearing these results. I find them so rich, just seeing, comparing this also to some work that Stephen Cave and I have done here in the UK, and how they differ. And I must say, I very much envy the question about which robot matches your idea of a robot best. That was just a brilliant question, and with such interesting answers to it. So our next speaker, also online joining us from the University of Southern Denmark, is Professor Ingvild Bode, Associate Professor in International Politics, who will be talking about Beyond the Terminator, how imaginaries draw boundaries on weaponized artificial intelligence. Ingvild, over to you.
Thank you, Kanta. Let me just share my screen and then hopefully start it. Right. So, so my field of research really is this area of weaponized artificial intelligence. And there, one of the things you can't escape is the Terminator trope, and I will kind of do a bit of critique of that trope in particular, which I think we all agree we don't want to see anymore. But I want to start by kind of just saying thank you for inviting me to speak in this conference, and I look forward to sharing some of my insights with you. Okay, just great. So my kind of particular area is looking at visuals and how visuals contribute to political meaning making in the area of weaponized artificial intelligence and warfare. And when I talk about weaponized AI, you might also be familiar with the term autonomous weapon systems, which are systems that once activated can track, identify, and target personnel or objects with right enforcement without further human intervention. So basically, we are talking about integrating AI into the targeting functions of weapon systems. And what is at stake in this debate about weaponized AI is the extent to which humans remain in control over the use of force. So now I'm interested in, as I said, this visual dimension has become increasingly recognized as an important of where imaginaries come from and originate, and also in my area of international politics. And I'm interested in asking this question, so how is weaponized AI visually constructed across widely accessible visuals, and what are the effects of these imaginaries? So this question connects to an ongoing critical discussion about the kind of visuals that dominate the debate about AI in general. So that also includes the work of Kanta and colleagues at Cambridge. And the main subject of my paper really is to do a first kind of critical analysis or critical visual analysis of weaponized AI. And I identify 3 particular problematic framing effects that these visuals have for audiences. And the second aim of the paper is to contrast this kind of broaden or sets of imaginaries that serve as reference points in this debate by drawing on Japanese robot imaginaries found in popular manga. So by the way, all the visuals that I will include throughout this presentation are results from the Google image search that I conducted. So these kind of all appear on the first page and give you also an idea as I go along of the kind of visuals that diffuse in this debate. So first of all, and this kind of gives you an idea of the theoretical grounding of this. So I'm interested in this field of what is called in my discipline visual international politics. So this is part of the so-called aesthetic turn in international relations. It seeks to go beyond non-linear aspects of global politics and to explore how aesthetics and interpretive aspects really shape global politics, and looking at a diverse array of sources such as novels, but also films, artifacts, arts, and also visuals. And one of the key dynamic in studying these kind of visuals is to investigate dynamics of visibility and invisibility as performative. So in other words, the researchers doing this are interested in how visuals can do things. And especially in the kind of the area of warfare or military imaginaries, researchers draw a lot of attention to how warfare is kind of portrayed in this technologically mediated way as a festival of fireworks of machinery. So rather than portraying warfare as a deeply violent practice that it is, it often becomes a clinical practice focusing on high-tech precision weaponry. And we can see this in the debate about weaponized AI in particular. So one of the kind of typical struggles that scholars in this area have is how to deal with the surplus of meanings that visuals communicate. And I think here it is useful to draw on the concept of social technical as formulated by Jasonov, and also the recent expansion of this to also include narratives in the work of HÉigeartaigh and Dillon. So I think this kind of focus on the narrative as a part of the imaginary is particularly interesting because it provides also a novel point of entry for studying visuals. So narratives for me are representations of fictional or non-fictional events that suggest specific interpretations, shape possible responses, and limit potential other responses. And while narratives are constructed in such a way as to elicit a particular type of response, they're also part of intersubjective processes that attributes the audience an active role. So by engaging with the narrative, social technical imaginaries that are communicated via visuals of weaponized AI, I think the audience can therefore assess these more or less critically. So in terms of methods, my kind of approach follows an interpretivist approach in analyzing visuals. So this means I'm really focusing on this kind of meaning making and how particular forms of knowledge are communicated via visuals. In the paper, I go through a series of steps to analyzing visuals through, for example, considering the content and the images, to also seeing how these images produce meaning and what they exclude, kind of what they make visible and what they make invisible. Those of you who ever did a Google image search will know that there's a predominance of stock images. when we do a Google image search, and many of these stock images are reproduced infinitely almost. And kind of so I use kind of the Google image search as the basis for this, and using these kind of keywords that I talk about here on the slide: weaponized artificial intelligence and AI weapons. So this next slide will just show you, as a first impression, what you get when you Google weaponized artificial intelligence. And I will kind of unpack some of these images in the next couple of slides, looking at the particular framing effects that they engage in. So the first framing effect is what I call futurist scenarios, a world of killer robots. So many of these images actually are extremely futuristic. They show weaponized AI as something that is entirely novel and marks a kind of a distinct departure and has a clear science fiction element most of the time. Not only that, but such machines are visualized as functioning completely without human supervision or guidance. So you basically see killer robots that are there in the absence of any humans. So looking at these images, of course, also they represent an unrealistic depiction of what is the current state of play, connecting to what Laura has been saying, and what is led to believe that the general form of AI in the form of humanoid thinking or killing machines is already there. And the overwhelming absence of humans in these images also triggers the association that they were not significant factors in developing such technologies. And I think this imagery has a distancing effect because it kind of it's the distance of the debate about weaponized AI from the development of and use of AI-driven features that are already part of weapon systems that are in use today. So there are quite a number of existing weapon systems that use kind of basic forms of AI, or what can also be called automation or autonomy in targeting, such as, for example, air defense systems or loitering munitions. But what's kind of interesting is that, of course, these images are very far away from this current debate. And this actually corresponds also to a futuristic framing that is taken up in the international debate about weaponized AI that happens at the UN in Geneva. So here states mostly talk about the issue of weaponized AI as a future problem, as kind of an emerging technology. So something that has not come really to fruition yet. And basically omit looking at how current weapon technologies already shape international use of force norms. And I think that is very problematic, and it's kind of is emphasized also in these imaginaries. By the way, just as a quick side note, if you write something, I'm sure you've all encountered this as a researcher in AI and want to kind of publish this in a more public-oriented online platform, you will often find that online editors associate really unhelpful stock images with what you have written, right? So for example, I tried to write a very kind of nuanced piece about kind of human-machine interaction rather than talking about AI on its own, and the photo on the bottom was associated with that, right? So, and that of course then in a way contradicts what you're saying in the text, I think. Right, the second adverse framing, and here we come to the Terminator, is I think that the images that we see in the most frequent hits privilege Western reference points. And I think they do so in two ways. So first of all, they privilege science fiction franchises of Western origin, chiefly the Terminator, who has become something of a poster boy in the debate about autonomous weapon systems. And I think all of so on the paper, I actually do 5 types of different keyword searches for Google images, and they all have the Terminator in one of the page that you see on your screens. And I think this is quite problematic, not only because of the obvious kind of distance from reality, but also because this is actually a cultural depiction of particular US American social anxieties of a particular age that do not necessarily travel around the world in the same way. And then second, we also have the problem of shiny white robots with Caucasian features that also, as Stephen Cave and Kantar have written so eloquently about in their research. So this also is an issue in the debate about weaponized AI. You can see this replicated there. And the final kind of problematic framing is this issue of clean AI. So visuals that appear in the Google image search serve to portray the world inhabited by weaponized AI as a clean and orderly place. So weapon systems are often depicted in empty desert settings and in the absence of humans. And AI is often rendered in ways that suggest how its use increases systematicity in organizing information. So these visuals, I think, speak to common narratives put forward by militaries around the world of precise, accurate, and seemingly perfect AI systems lifting the fog of war. So according to this vision, AI is supposed to make the battle space legible, facilitate enemies, and also increase operational control. And quite often we find also in these kind of visuals that this takes on an almost dreamlike quality of narrating AI systems as the new heroes of warfare that allow transitioning towards a vision of progress not adversely influenced by human error. In this, it works with the framing effects that I described before. It also, I think, sterilizes images of warfare. So while these imaginaries of clean AI appear to be common features of all visual depictions of AI, I think they're particularly worrying in the case of weaponized AI, or when they concern warfare, because basically they're trying to smooth over the violent reality of war. And I think in that sense, images of weaponized AI kind of are subject to a double blindness, because they integrate ways of unseeing the messy reality that is common to civilian depictions of AI, but also combine this with a sensitized depiction of warfare in the form of showcasing technological machinery. Right, the last part of the presentation now talks about alternative imageries of Japanese robots. And my idea here is not necessarily to say that these are better imaginaries, but just to look at diversifying how we think visually about AI, and then also weaponized AI in the second step. So I think it's quite interesting in the literature that Japan is quite often associated to be a robot culture, or also something referred to as a so-called robot kingdom. And this kind of derives from the fact that Japan has since the 1980s dominated the global market in both industrial robotics and service robotics. And then there's also this general other narrative of Japan being a consumer culture that is kind of more accepting, or more socially accepting of robots than maybe other cultures around the world. There's a fair amount, I think, of Orientalism also in these depictions, so we have to be a bit careful with that for sure. But I think on the other hand, it's also interesting that we have a combination of historical, social, and cultural factors that seem to shape a different imaginary of the robot in Japan. And I think a particular kind of area that I'm looking at in the paper is the kind of the significance of tech development in Japan in the Meiji era and after the Asia-Pacific War. So in Japan, I think also maybe, and we can maybe draw parallels to China, technology really becomes associated as a way of catching up with the West and of advancing development and as something that is actually quite positive in terms of developing not only the economy, but also the image of the nation. Then in terms of imaginaries, I'm drawing on two of Japan's most prominent stories that appear in manga and anime. So we have Tetsuwan Otomo, also known as Mighty Atom or Astro Boy in the West, and Tetsujin 28 Go, which is another manga narrative. As I'm sure you all know, manga is not it's kind of a general cultural art form in Japan that kind of exceeds cartoons for kids, basically, or something that's kind of generally consumed in the Japanese context. So and I think these two narratives have become very popular in Japan since they were originally placed in the 1950s and have come to represent two kind of archetypical narratives of robots in Japanese society. So on the left, Mighty Atom actually is centered around an android boy who lives in a normal family, who goes to a normal school and interacts with real human children, but unlike them, has a nuclear reactor for a heart, a computer brain, searchlight eyes, and rockets in his feet, and a machine gun in his tail. So this story is, on the one hand, kind of it presents really the kind of promising side of science. So in the sense that that Atom was not fighting against for justice necessarily, like the American superheroes, but was fighting for peace. Mighty Atom or Astro Boy has kind of become a popular icon in Japan, really. Which is interesting is that you find many references of robot scientists or roboticists describing that the original source of inspiration was to create something like Mighty Atom in their research. On the other hand, it's also quite interesting. So this is quite an advanced robot who has a will of its own and is also struggling throughout all of these kind of depictions with on the one hand, having this enormous sources of power, but also how to kind of harness that responsibly. And the other story of Tatsujin is actually a complementary but very opposing narrative in which our hero is kind of the robot in the back. So here we're talking about a super robot who is actually more of a tool for humans than something that can think on its own. So this is kind of a giant metal monster that basically just works through its brute strength and is remotely operated, usually by a young boy private detective, but he might also be stolen. So there's kind of this risk that he can fall into false hands. And I think these two kind of robot narratives really are templates for all subsequent Japanese fantasy robots. And these kind of two genres, right? So on the one hand, you have the truly autonomous robot who also struggles with a lot of ethical questions. And then you also have the robot that actually requires human intervention in its operation. So in sum, I sought to provide critical analysis of how visuals of weaponized AI serve as repositories of social technical imaginaries. And I considered in particular how these visuals render visible or invisible and the consequence of these performative moves. As a second aim, my paper sought to go beyond dominant imaginaries in the debate on weaponized AI by presenting kind of complex robot narratives originating in Japan. And again, my argument here is not to say that these offer better imaginaries of AI, but that they communicate very different sets of narratives that can serve to broaden the effects that the current conventional visuals in the debate about weaponized AI trigger. And you see here also some information about, so this research is part of an ongoing broader project that I'm doing called the Autonorms Project, investigating to what extent weaponized AI shapes international norms. You can see here some information about the project on the website if you're interested in this kind of research. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Border. That was a really fascinating overview of what exactly shapes what people think of when they think about weaponized AI, is precisely because of these choices that are made to illustrate an enormously broad range of applications of AI with an enormously narrow range of images, which also, as Professor Border very kindly pointed out, Stephen and I have been looking at with regard to whiteness, but I should also give a shout out to the Better Images of AI project, which was founded earlier this year, which is aiming to really disrupt that kind of search results plethora of very similar Terminator-like images. And also regarding the Autonorms project, I should point out that they themselves are going to have what sounds like an amazing conference in January where some of our researchers will be represented. I shall now move to our final speaker, Professor Jill Walker-Redberg, who will be presenting in person, having come over all the way from the University of Bergen on artificial intelligence being social and embodied, AIs that care in contemporary science fiction, with a selection of primary texts that I'm very excited about. Over to you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here after having read the AI Narratives anthology that Stephen and Kanta and others edited here and learnt more about the project. So when I saw this conference and realized I could potentially actually come here in person, I was super excited. And I'm really excited too that there are people online watching this. So this presentation is it's based on 11 science fiction novels. I made a handout, which Kanta's just handed out here, and it's available online on my blog. So if you do a search for Jill text, or I put a comment on the YouTube thing too, so you should be able to, it's just a 2-page PDF thing. You don't really need it to follow this, but it might be helpful. So my paper comes beautifully after the last two because it's sort of about almost the opposite, not weaponized AIs, but loving, caring, almost, AIs who are in these deep relationships with humans. So I've been reading a lot of science fiction novels recently because we're building a database with 500 works of science fiction novels, narratives, video games, digital art, and we're looking at works that represent or simulate machine vision technologies in different ways. So, Jake Elwes is back there. His work, the drag queen work you can see afterwards, isn't in the database because it uses deepfake. It's very exciting. So I was reading all these science fiction novels to find examples of machine vision, but I kept coming across these loving, caring AIs in these deep relationships with humans. And I think that this really speaks to something Rua Benjamin said in the Q&A after your keynote yesterday about how the theory of mind that AI tends to be built on is this idea of the individual mind, right? Whereas humans are actually very deeply social. We really need relationships. And I think that there is this new wave of cultural representations of AI also as social. So that's what I'm trying to explore here, and I'm hoping that that could also help us think about how actual AI is also social and embodied. Now, this is a work in progress, so part of the point of having the handout here is that I'm going to revise this based on all your feedback. So I really, if I've made mistakes or you have ideas or changes, please do let me know. All right, so even though real AI obviously can't care, I think, we definitely do form emotional bonds with robots. And this was supposed to be a GIF, but it didn't work. This is Amazon's new cute robot, came out last month, Astro. It's obviously designed to be cute. That's supposed to be something you're going to go like, ah. It blinks, it moves around, it looks like a puppy dog. And humans have we're really good at creating these sort of unidirectional bonds to inanimate objects. Think of your teddy bear when you were little, right? Or your diary. Or I wrote an article a few years ago about how we use apps and diaries as a sort of companion. It becomes a sort of intimate friend you confide in. And through confiding, you build a trust that it's very much about the social. But that unidirectional bond is also something that scares people. A scholar called Matthias Schütt, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, sorry, argues here, this is a really typical argument about AI. It can't care, and the reason it can't care is because we wouldn't even know how to program care into it. I mean, what would the code for care even look, or love or emotion look like? And that argument there is obviously based on that individual mind idea that Rua Benjamin was talking about yesterday. So if we situate care and emotions in the social instead, might that change the way you actually think about AI? And obviously that sounds a bit like science fiction, and which it is, but these books really do emphasize the relationship, because care is always about a relationship, right? And I like the term care because it's ambiguous. This might be a problem, but I think it works for the argument, because you can have care as emotional labor, right? Like professionalized care, like a doctor to a patient, or a flight attendant to the passengers. And there is obviously a care there, but it's not quite unidirectional, but it's not emotional, really. But then it sort of merges over into, all the just labor you do as a parent, for instance. There's a lot of very practical, kind of boring labor involved, but there's an emotional bond as well. And then you've also got just the deep care, between lovers or friends or a parent and child, which is very much about care, worrying about each other, loving each other, missing each other, where there's a deep, deep emotional bond, right? And these sort of cover this. I mean, to be honest, I started off wanting to think all my examples were going to be like deep mutual emotional bonds. I'm not quite sure, like the Ishiguro novel, Clara. Have any of you read any of these, by the way, or some of them? Yes, a few. You can argue with me afterwards then. Like Clara, I'm not sure how strong the emotional bond is, but it's definitely something that's problematized there. All right, so I was gathering all these for this database we've been creating. And here's an example, because sometimes the care is expressed through machine vision, which was what my project's supposed to be about, right? Because a lot of the care is actually about watching and paying attention. And that is part of the social aspect of care, where we're sensing data. I mean, as humans, you wouldn't think of it as data, but it sort of is. You're paying attention to the other person, right? And then you're acting upon that in some way. But there's I think one of the interesting things here is that these AIs are not like the weaponized AIs. They're sort of the opposite. And Laura discussed earlier how a lot of people fear this sort of AI rebellion. And that's also a topic that Cantor mentions in your chapter for the AI Narratives anthology. You talk a lot about, and there's many chapters in that anthology that talk about how AIs are very often presented as slaves. And there's very often an uprising, a rebellion. This is from Are You Are, the first play about where the term robots was came up with. I mean, Matrix is obvious. There are so many other examples. And Ingvild showed us many more examples of this. Is a strong thing, even though, as Laura pointed out, it's something we're worried about, but that we don't necessarily think is likely, which also connects to Ingvild's talk there. So these AIs are doing something else, right? They're actually emphasizing the entwinedness of the human and the machine. This is an example from a book where there's a big pandemic, or there's going to be a big pandemic that's going to wipe out humanity. And the US military decides that to save humanity, they'll make these mother robot ships sort of things, and small ships that fly around and that have little incubators inside, and they'll bring up human babies and the babies will survive. It's in many ways a terrible book. There are so many, I don't know, it's not terrible. It's got fascinating ideas, but some of it's annoyingly stereotypical. But there are some really interesting ideas, like in this, towards the end, you know, the child and the mother robot feel like they like belong to each other. And these children have never seen another human, right? Their only relationship is with this robot. You know, I am Rosie, she is me, thinks Kai, the human child. But then the pandemic didn't kill everyone after all, and the US military feel like this is a threat to humanity, so they don't want to kill the mother robots, and the children have to rescue them and actually fight for this beautiful entwinement, and there's a happy ending, and the robots' children survive. Another book I love recently, also, this one came out earlier this year, love this one. It's, I can't tell, sorry, there are spoilers. In this one, the neo-Buddhists, which are it's kind of a Chinese-Indian space station that went rogue, and they've become neo-Buddhists, and they reject this binary between human and machines, and have the machinehood manifesto, and which, not coincidentally, I think, echoes Catherine Hale's definition of intelligence by saying intelligence is, okay, now I'm paraphrasing Hale's and the Machinehood Manifesto. Intelligence is the ability to input something and then, not intelligence, sorry, cognition. You input something and you interpret it, giving it meaning in a certain context, right? That's a definition of cognition that goes for humans, many AIs and technologies, many animals, possibly plants. And then humans also have different levels of thinking and so forth in addition. But this sort of move towards a more inclusive, there aren't that big differences necessarily. In machinehood, the AIs and the humans sort of meld together in Dakini. And towards the end, Welga, the main character, is thinking, where does my flesh stop and the machine begin? And maybe it doesn't matter. All right, so I would like to put all this science fiction to sort of practical use and think about how that could help us think about actual AI systems. So I sort of tried to line stuff up. I think what really is fundamental here to the way I'm reading these novels is that care is presented as social and embodied in these relationships here. And the social, well, Rob Benjamin spoke about it yesterday. Many social theorists have talked about this. The self is relational. We exist in a society and with others. We're different with different people. Sarah Ahmed talks about how feelings are actually not in me, but between us. So you can't have a feeling. It's shared. And if we follow that left-hand side down, then the way you could think of actual AIs today, which are obviously not sentient in the sense they are in the novels, they also depend on the social, at least any AI that uses data about humans, which many AIs do. Because data sets about human are, in a sense, machine-readable social graphs. And a lot of the data that the machine learning system inputs is also saying something about the relationship, not possibly between it and the humans, but possibly between the humans. And so you could imagine if that AI were to have emotions or whims or love or something, perhaps they would emerge from these data sets. And of course, that actually is where bias often emerges from. And bias is a kind of emotional, yeah, there's something there for sure. On the other side, I want to argue that AIs are embodied as well in the way that care is embodied. You feel it. And thinking of affect theory and how emotions actually come from this sort of deeper pre-conscious part of us where you feel it before you're even able to vocalize it properly. So the embodied nature of an AI, it's really easy to think about them as just disembodied, right? But of course they're material. Wendy Chun talks about that. Kate Hales had this really interesting paper a couple of years ago where she discusses cyber semiotics. The idea is, I had never heard of biosemiotics, but biosemiotics is the idea that different species of animal interpret the world differently, they experience it differently, and they imbue it with meaning according to their own sensory inputs. So cybersemiotics then would be thinking about how a machine or an AI would sense the world and then give it meaning based on the way it senses it. And for sure, the AIs we have built do have different kinds of sensory input, and some of them are quite limited. And this is something that the AIs in the novels really grapple with in interesting ways. Like, for instance, Clara in Clara and the Sun is an artificial friend, and she narrates the story. She sees everything. She's very, very observant and analytical. She misunderstands human emotions constantly. And there's some interesting bits where whenever anything's sort of ambivalent, when there's a very complicated visual surroundings, or if humans are doing something emotional and complicated, then her vision breaks into these little boxes. You know, like when machine vision things, you get the green boxes around things. But it's described, so she thinks that's just part of the world. It's rather beautifully described, actually. So that's one example of how the sort of sensory input impacts. Or is it, you can read that as embodiment of the AI, right? And another example is Sidra. Sidra was a ship AI, but she takes this, she buys an illicit body kit, a sort of synthetic human body. AIs are treated as property in this world, but so she's got to be secretive about this and has help from Pepper, who's a very good friend of her. Now, the way that Sidra is described, it seems more like a neurodiverse person suffering from, just sensory overload. It's this sort of horror of being in a body and not being able to control these unfamiliar sensory inputs that's described in a really interesting way. So I think thinking about AI as social and embodied could help us think about some of the effects of actual real-life AI. I've not finished thinking about this. I have this sort of gut feeling there's something really here that I want to work more on. I would really appreciate more feedback. And it's, as I mentioned, it's part of this larger project, which you can look up and read more about. But I think this goes beyond machine vision. It's at a sort of more AI-ish level. And I would really love to hear what the other panelists think too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jill. I thought this was brilliant, the ways in which the three panelists touch upon the extremes of imagining AI from in many ways, most negative AI for warfare to the most positive AI for care, but also how the existence of this range of narratives then affects the public imagination, the ways in which people think about the real technologies. So I will now open up the floor to questions, both the physical floor here and the virtual floor. Although I did notice that of the between 200 and 300 people currently watching online, most of them are still playing catch up. So please fast forward through everything I say so that you can catch up in time to ask the questions. I will give the first question here to our physical floor. If we could have a microphone over there, please.
Thank you very much, first of all, for such an interesting panel. My name is Iago. I'm a PhD student at the Sociology Department here at Cambridge, and I have a question for Professor Sartori. In your presentation, it seems that you rely heavily on the binary designation of gender and how it connects to the perceptions of AI. My question is, how would you account for those who don't fall into such binary designations? And also, what are some of the ways, if you're doing quantitative research, what are some of the ways to mitigate potential harmful biases, especially when dealing with critical aspects of emerging technologies like AI? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, because it touches upon a very crucial issue. So the non-binary representation of sorry, not only responding to the questioner, but overall all the people working on that. So what I can say about my questionnaire is that in the classic standard questions, I foresaw a possibility, male, female, non-binary, other different option, but the percentage was absolutely like 0.01%. So I ended up deciding not to show that in the table. And regarding your second question is, how can we make social investigations, if I understood correctly, how to make social investigations, social inquiries more equal, or taking into consideration the sheer different point of view and of different actors. So I would say that the qualitative technique that we can rely on are the best way to compensate the problems that questionnaires and the more quantitative technique pose. I mean, we know that the standardized quantitative techniques have problems because they are not going into depth in some research issues like the one you raised.
Thank you. Yes, Ruha, for the next question.
I don't think that there's a question in here. I just wanted to pull out some things I found really interesting across the papers. Thank you all so much for joining us today and for everyone listening in. So just very quickly, I'll try to synthesize my reactions to Laura's paper. I thought you concluded with returning to the idea of the border, the kind of gender boundary, but the other boundary that I found really provocative and troubling was that between competence and incompetence. And I was thinking about, just the way that the narrative that more information leads to less fear, more information leads to these positive outcomes, positive from the perspective of whom. And I was thinking about how growing incompetence around AI is not itself neutral, because you are being acculturated or socialized in seeing this body of information from those who are producing it. So you're not just ingesting the knowledge, but the values and the norms of those who are producing it, which would then lead to you being more accepting and less fearful. And so I wanted us to think and to trouble the idea of competence and whose perspective is being centered. And just to note as a kind of footnote, the gender story is that much of the critical scholarship that's being produced around AI, that is those with most knowledge about the ethical, political, social dimensions of AI, are being produced not only by women, but women of color. And so it's interesting to think about the kind of scholarly work alongside the kind of lay perspectives that you draw out here. Thank you for that. For Ingvild, one of the things that came to mind really powerfully were the parallels between the kind of, as you say, the clinical aesthetics of warfare and AI, and the parallel in terms of policing.
and the reforms around police and incarceration. And this quote from my colleague Naomi Murakawa came to mind that has to do with the reforms around the death penalty, going from like public hangings now to the more clinical deaths and killings. And she says, who is that reform for? Not the person who's going to die at the end. It's for the person who's killing. It makes you feel better about what you're doing. And so when it came to the aesthetics of warfare, I thought it's not these aesthetics aren't just being produced for the audience or for the public, but for the killers, for those who are deploying these weapons, not humanitarian for others, but to make you feel more human about what you're doing. And so to think again within this literature performativity, but really the aesthetics also being so salient for those who are nevertheless trying to sleep well at night, even as they do these precision strikes, et cetera. The last thing I'll say, and to Jill's question about this relationship between care and bias, I love thinking about care, the practice of care, as you did, kind of like this set of practices that doesn't necessarily mean that you love the person, but you're nevertheless engaging in this care practice. And so I thought that was a really useful, elastic idea of care, that you can think about it in so many different ways. And that I wouldn't necessarily say care is the flip side of bias, because in some ways, bias is an expression of care. You care about one thing more than another, right? And so it's a kind of exercise of care. And it could be good or bad. Like people say, not all bias is bad. But I mean, this came to mind, again, coming full circle back to borders, when I was thinking about the way that people were seeing children being caged on the US-Mexico border, and saying to the like, you know, middle-class white Americans, how can you not see your own children in these kids? How can you not care? You know, as if their view of what was happening was an absence of care. What I rather saw was the distortion of care. That is, you can justify this precisely because you care more about your children than these, that you think that your children's well-being relies on the caging of these other children, which means that care is not a straightforward good. It can be distorted, it can be manipulated to justify horrific things. And so I just liked this kind of elastic way that you're thinking about care, but I would say it's not opposed to bias. It can be a bias can be an expression of care.
Thank you so much for these reflections. Who would like to respond first? So I'm trying to get a view of all three of you. Laura?
Yes, I might say one thing that maybe connected the two things that Arua just said. And the first one is that definitely competence has to be digged into deeper, because one possible explanation of the thing of the correlation that I found is that probably it connects to the younger generation. So probably the younger generation is less fearful because they were socialized to technology through darker or dystopic fiction and movies compared to the previous generation. And so this somehow mediates the competence needed. But to this, I want to underline that competence was just general competence, closeness, more better, I would say, closeness to IT in general. And this led me to what also Jill underlined, and the chances of care. Because one thing is that women are slightly more in favor of, for example, are more excited about the freedom narrative, because technology, and this is supported by the qualitative data that I have, women feel the potentiality form of liberation that technology allows for in the care, in the domestic household. So some of them replied that it will be amazing in 15 years to see freedom because the technology AI will take care of the things that I have to do in the household. So they are slightly more in favor of that, more excited about that because of the domestic realm.
Thank you, Laura. If I may, I have a small follow-up question on that about the relation between competence and closeness to technology, because I don't think one necessarily follows from the other. I've heard much about the digital divide recently, and especially of people criticizing this idea, especially that there should be a generational digital divide, because even the oldest generations around now are familiar with a whole range of technologies that may have been new to them that their parents had never seen. But that is something that has been now happening for 40, 50 years. And especially as, Laura, from your findings, we saw that Generation Z seems to be less good at understanding which technologies have AI in them compared to the generation above them.
Yes, it seems so. And my first idea was that they are less able to disentangling the different technology. They are less able to understand, and they do care less about privacy things, for example. But actually, what I think is that probably the context, the social context where they were socialized, might have a role in this. And going back to competence, the very first level of analysis I did it was with the competence defined as closeness to technology. So simply having a degree in that. But the competence, so being able, so what I call the proficiency, so being able to correctly assessing where there were a use of AI in a different application is more complicated. But if I have to underline one thing, I would say that the Z generation, probably the younger we, not the younger generation, do not have to give for granted that they will know about technology. This is the takeaway message I would say, and of course we could talk about this for hours.
Absolutely, thank you. Could I then invite Ingvild and Jill, any responses, reflections to Ruha's questions and remarks?
Yes, thank you so much for these remarks, Ruha. I think, absolutely, I completely agree with you because, and I think this clinical aesthetics of weaponized AI is really taken to an extreme. Also in the debate about how some states also portray weaponizing AI as leading to more ethical or more humane results than having humans involved in warfare. So this kind of idea that with AI we kind of transcend the messy reality of human emotions, and this kind of makes them more humane and less kind of inclined to commit war crimes, for example, right? So I think there is this, for one, I see a connection to this kind of and then I also think that in my presentation I only really talked about these kind of Google image searches. But I think also what's an interesting dimension to the idea of what kind of visuals are available is this the fact that if we want to use images in kind of public spaces such as this, we often have to rely on images that are licensed according to Creative Commons licenses, and there are only a very limited selection of those, which are mostly either stock images or, interestingly, in my context, images produced by the US military, who because all of the pictures that are of origin by the US military actually are in the public domain, so can be shared with a Creative Commons license. But that then means, that the imaginary on weaponized AI then draws on this particular actor and the kind of interest this actor has in portraying weaponized AI in a particular way. And you can imagine that these images, I haven't included any of them, but they're really very much in this kind of vein of not showing the messiness, but showing either the kind of the human side of war, or the kind of the just kind of technology on its own, right? So you'll have these kind of pleasant aesthetics of a drone kind of landing in front of the setting sun, you know, which has no, in no shape or form is kind of connected to the brutal reality of killing that this technology is operating in the context of. Thank you so much for your comment, Rohan.
Thank you, Ingvild. Jill?
I thought that's a really good point about care, actually, bias being care. That's actually one of my biggest takeaways from your lecture yesterday was actually from the Q&As where you said that it's not that AI lacks values, it's just who are those values for? So that was really a helpful question. I'm just also so fascinated by the other two
sorry, Jill,
things.
Could you keep facing
I'm
the
sorry.
microphone?
Yeah, I keep trying to talk to the panelists on the screen. Feels quite rude to be looking away from them.
So we have a question online from Caio Simonetti, who says, thank you for all the brilliant insights regarding the gender difference when it comes to excitement towards immortality through AI in Professor Sartori's research. Do the panelists think it might be connected to how hegemonic notions of masculinity are tied to ideas of autonomy, mastery, and disembodiment, which would be accomplished by fantasies of technological transcendence through AI? So mainly a question for Laura, but I'm sure Ingvild and Jill have very interesting insights into this issue of masculinity and dominance as well.
Yeah, I would definitely agree on that. So the imaginary that we have about the masculinity is definitely related to immortality. So this leads to the gender difference.
Well, this is a really interesting question. I think my sample's been a bit skewed by I get a bit bored by science fiction stories about those things. So it's led me to read more science fiction novels by women, which obviously I haven't read every science fiction novel, so I don't know how representative mine was, but certainly I feel like there's more and more sci-fi that's really not looking into that transcendence, that is offering this alternative, which is a lot more, embodied and present. Hard to verify that because you can't read every science fiction book in the world to check.
No, indeed, but I've definitely noticed a similar trend simply because a platform is being given to a much wider demographic of science fiction, and authors in particular, which might be interesting to come back to in a bit, is the difference between the ways AI is portrayed visually on screen and in novels, where there seems to be quite a difference. So Ingvild, were you raising your hand as well?
Yeah, I can have a short remark to that. I mean, I think I'm very interested in kind of the performative functions of kind of discourse and the authorship in that sense, and in terms of masculinities and femininities. And I have to say, in my usual spaces where I have a platform for presenting, which are always dealing with weaponized AI and security studies, I have never seen so many women represented as, or speaking of women also associated with different backgrounds speaking to this topic as I have seen in this conference. So usually it's always that you have to be very careful about not adopting this also very sterile speech patterns and types of descriptions that many of my colleagues in the security field still use. And so I think there's also. I'm quite kind of invested, I think, in also highlighting our agency as kind of authors of this discourse, and how we talk about this and what kind of images we use, how we reproduce certain imaginaries, or how we can maybe also contest imaginaries that are dominant at the moment.
Thank you. And yes, I did hear a joke about this earlier over the break. And yes, we will have male speakers later today. So I am alternating in-person questions with online questions. So it's time for another in-person question. Stephen.
Well, thank you all for those great presentations. And first, Jill, I was really interested in this question of cyber semiotics. I haven't read that paper from Catherine Hales. I will. It sounds really stimulating. I have read the work of Jakob von Uexküll, the German Baltic theoretical biologist who came up with the idea of biosemiotics just over 100 years ago. And his idea of the Umwelt, which is just German for environment, meaning a subjective sort of life world, a subjective environment which is determined by our embodiment, by our sensory organs and so on. And he often used the example of the tick, whose sort of life is really just sort of waiting for some warm-blooded animal to come by on which it can drop and whose blood it can suck. And I think it's interesting to think about AI systems in that very embodied sense through their capacities to perceive the world. But at the same time, for Jakob von Uexküll, that Umwelt is not just determined, or not even primarily determined by the sensory organs, but rather the Umwelt and the sensory organs are themselves determined by the fundamental drives that the creature has. The tick needs to feed. And all animals need to feed and they need to reproduce, and those underlying drives then determine through their particular ecological niche what kind of sensory organs they have and therefore how they interact with the world. And I mean, it's great for this relational approach that you highlighted, because in a sense these relations then precede any concept of the self. The tick doesn't need a concept of the self. It just needs to have this concept of, it doesn't even need a concept, but it needs to be able to perceive this warm-bloodedness. So it's interesting in those senses, but it is dependent on these fundamental drives. And I think that the kind of critique you showed of why AIs can't care are pointing to this lack of fundamental drives that in machines. But at the same time, looking at Ingvild's work, exactly those kinds of fundamental drives are being ascribed to the rebellious AIs, to these, machine gun bearing Terminator types who rebel exactly because they do have some kind of fundamental desire to, not be turned off in some sense. And some of mine and Kanter's recent work has been about exactly this paradox. How a lot of things that we want to ascribe to machines so that they can fulfill these very human roles of care, of caring about us and being cared for, are exactly these fundamental drives. We don't want to feel it's just an empty machine. We want to feel that there's something behind there that could be genuinely considered autonomous, so it loves us back in a meaningful way. But if we give it those attributes like autonomy, will it then rebel? And so the narratives you're exploring flip into the narratives that Ingvild's exploring. Can we have one without the other? I'd be interested to hear both of your views on that.
Those are really useful things to think about. The drive, the first thing I'm thinking about, so I've only read a little bit of the Uexküll, so I wasn't really aware of the drive, so thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. That's really interesting to think in these terms. I mean, you can certainly say algorithms sometimes have drives. I mean, they very often have goals programmed into them, right? Like Sophie Bishop's written a lot about how people... YouTube users' relationship to the algorithm as they imagine the algorithm and what it wants. And, we know they're written, the algorithms in those cases are generally written to get maximum engagement, so people spend more time watching the videos, etc. And sometimes that has other effects. So you could definitely include that kind of a drive, but that's not the kind of drive we really want, is it? We want the machine to love us. That's a wonderful thing you said. So I also started thinking about Becky Chambers' most recent novel, which just came out last month, which is about a robot and a tea monk, and they have existential conversations. The robot, in this case, mocks humans for always thinking we need to have a purpose. and the human says back, but you robots, this robot just watches fish for 20 years. Oh, but that's not their purpose. That's just what they're doing right now. And it's like, so you're freed. It's sort of a Buddhist kind of approach. You're freed from things if you're freed from the drive, I suppose. So I'm interested in how those things fit together. But yes, I'll have to think more about that. Love to hear what Ingvild has to say.
Thanks for pointing that out, Stephen. I think this is exactly kind of what is happening in the visual representations or vision imaginaries, that somehow they're kind of torn between this kind of negation of the drives, which is the clean AI, right? And this kind of vision, right? So that once we delegate all of the messy tasks to this machine, right, then everything will be better. or the other hand, the Terminator, which is kind of the predominance of these drives, really. And I think it's a really interesting way of thinking about it. I haven't thought about this before, and I really definitely in my revision of this paper. But I think what's also interesting is that there's a third kind of reality actually that has no visual representation at the moment, which is kind of the artificial stupidity, right? That kind of dominates also weaponized AI. I think there's a really cool site called Evil AI Cartoons that I'm sure some of you will be familiar with, that kind of looks at basically how the most pressing problem is artificial stupidity when we talk about weaponized AI. So, and also kind of critics like Noel Sharkey, kind of this is kind of what he's most worried about in the sense. But interestingly, that doesn't have a visual representation to the same degree that the other two would have. So thanks so much for that thinking.
Thank you so much. And with that question, we have come to the end of this panel. Thank you all for brilliant questions that really showed how well this panel came together, how well these three speakers and their topics complemented each other. And please join me in thanking our panel and then heading into a 20-minute coffee break, after which we'll reconvene for a panel chaired by Professor Alan Blackwell on ghost fictions, embracing our plagiarized future, which will be a little different from the standard conference-style panels we've been having so far, which I'm very curious about. But first of all, thank you very much to our three speakers, Laura, Ingvild, and Jill. And see you after coffee at 3 o'clock.
Everybody, welcome to those in the auditorium and welcome to our online audience. I'm Alan Blackwell. I'm a professor in the Computer Science Department here in Cambridge. And this panel with my colleagues Anne Alexander, Joe Walton, Caroline Bassett is addressing the theme of embracing our plagiarized future. So we're going to be telling you about the outcome of a project that we've been working on over a period of about 2 years under the title Ghost Fictions. Joe is going to start with an overview of what we've done very briefly, and then Anne is going to give you a sample of the academic style of the work that we've done, and then we'll have a segue into an experimental free jazz-like session in which an AI will actually be addressing the conference. So we'll have a number of addresses which have been composed by ghosts plagiarized from the ether. So that will be some excitement to look forward to and some room for discussion at the end. But first, Joe.
Hello. Okay, so as you might have gathered from Alan's introduction, we're not really presenting an argument today so much as a kind of space for experimentation. But I would like to suggest a few kind of seeds that we have gathered over the course of this collaboration as we've explored the recently somewhat more accessible automated language generation models, which Anne will tell you about more in a moment. The short version is we created and played with a lot of machine-generated texts, and we're going to read you some samples of those in a bit. 7 seeds for thinking that might be present in the following are these. 1, alternatives to authorship. When the humanities and social sciences speak of a border being blurred, we often reinscribe that border, or more specifically, ask permission to trouble it temporarily on the understanding that it will likely be reassembled. The borders of the author figure return, revenant, despite being thoroughly not fit for purpose, more than anything because we haven't figured out how to replace this figure. But maybe we're in a position now to start coming up with counter borders. What would new justice-oriented roles and relationships towards texts look like? What might we want to enact and affirm? And likewise, what new replacements for intellectual property and all property, all belongings, all belonging? 2, voicing the machine. My own positionality, my access to typically cis white male performance styles and capacity to lend absolute nonsense an aura of authority. 3, rewinding reification. Technologically tracking of invisibilized labor actually makes some of that labor partially recoverable. Marx invokes laboring muscles, nerves, sinews being congealed in the commodity in a frozen goop. But some of this goop is Googleable. 4, charlatanry and curation. When cultural production is automated, there seems to be this weird tendency to exaggerate and to deceive, sometimes disguising impressive achievements with less impressive illusions. 5, pre-digital AI. Automation can illuminate the automaticities which preceded it. New affordances for hybridity can illuminate the hybridities which were there all along. The GPT models that we were playing around with, they felt new, but they also felt continuous with, on the one hand, traditions of experimental writing going back many centuries, and on the other hand, with all language use considered through the lens of its dismemberability and its rememberability. 6, concern about the role of arts and playfulness and charlatanry in gentrifying tech or making it more palatable, but also the maybe irresistible pull of these games for myself as a site of collaboration, letting me blur and invisibilize and disown my own labor, as sites of personal magnification as well, standing on the shoulders of giants whom we imagine to be stone giants. And whether we are a smidgen or a half millimeter from the stone, we experience the same sensation of vertiginous delight. 6, how important framing is. How difficult it is to lend one's ear to the machinic text. And this may point to the need, or at least the possibility, of developing new arts of listening, something that Anne is going to touch on in just a moment. To put it bluntly, I know that some of our machine-generated texts contain ideas that are really great, but because a machine wrote it, there's a kind of prejudice. It's hard to notice these ideas or care about them. We even had some discussions among us as to whether this section here, starting the panel, should have had some machine-generated texts in it without telling you. And we eventually agreed not to do that because it was unethical. However, I did do it anyway.
Thank you very much. So I want to move on to tell you a little bit about the kind of, we used a sort of format of, I suppose, speculative writing to present some of the work that we did. In particular, I'm going to show you a bit of the seminar style set of slides and work that we did to illustrate how you might imagine teaching a class in what we called automatic literature in some future time, when critique of automatically generated text, we imagine, might be part not just of the sort of agenda for conferences like these, but also perhaps for a part of an AI level or a part of an undergraduate curriculum. So I'm going to go very briefly through some of these, but these will be available as well later on the website that we've created associated with the project. We imagine there might be a new definition that would separate out directly authored literature, which is assumed to have human authors who directly compose the text, and which has a problem, though, of often concealing the supporting roles that are played in literary creation by other people who are not accorded the status of authors. We talked through the foundations of what we called automatic literature, and we considered this to be a form of inferred literature, but it does raise the question, as Joe said, who is the author? In particular, we tried to engage with the work that has considered these texts as forms of mechanized plagiarism or stochastic parrots, as Emily Bender and Timnit Gebru notably described them. And we suggested that there might be automatic literary criticism, not only automated authors, but an automation of a much wider range of roles and professions who support writers in their work, and that this comes through in the way that the texts are composed by building statistical models of whole libraries, not just of books, but of other kinds of cultural artifacts. And that we would be expecting our students in the future to pay attention to the processes by which the creative and subjective judgments of these people were also being formally encoded and statistically modelled along with the writing of the authors of directly authored text. One of the most interesting things we felt was the way in which automatic literature could be deployed as a device to critique directly authored literature and be a lens that could focus attention on concealed or submerged aspects of societies and cultures that were expressed through the text. So I'll give you an overview of some of the key features in this future seminar presentation. So grammatical errors, and you'll see some of these in the text that we may read out. Common issues include misuse of pronouns, particularly when their number and gender must be inferred from preceding clauses. Digitisation errors. In this future world, we imagine that nobody can remember what OCR actually was, so we might have to explain it, how the errors that were created during the digitisation phase of the corpus might be learnt by the model and appear as invented words. There would be natural history errors, so texts containing descriptions of natural history, plants and insects which don't exist in real life, such as horses with 4 eyes. Physics errors. The physics of the worlds in the text are, as has been often noted, in fact, by some of the people who've created these models, not to follow the rules of our own. This was something that was referenced by the the people from OpenAI who created the GPT series of transformer models. And a very common problem is the internal temporal contradictions in the text, that there is no temporality, in fact, in these narratives. They are strung together through a series of stochastic processes, and therefore they have no internal time. Of course, one of the things that you'll also see in some of the coming slides is the way in which there is also, the time is kind of frozen in these texts because the training data that they were trained on is a snapshot of a world that no longer exists. Of course, notably with GPT-2, this is a world that was pre-COVID. This is a world that is pre all sorts of things that we take for granted today. So anachronisms that come out of the text may refer to if particularly are noticeable in texts that relate to a specific historical period or author, but include, therefore, words and phrases that from the training data. And this is my particular favourite, neologisms, invented words which appear in the text. Some of you may actually have come across, there's an entire website called thisworddoesnotexist.com, which generates supposedly invented words from transformer networks. And this was rather than a kind of markup that you would do in a text for, kind of vocabulary features or kind of surface style features. This one, we wanted to look at the contextual factors. So how these texts reveal aspects of the societies where the texts were produced. I'll just give you a few examples before handing back over to my colleagues. So this was Jane Austen and GPT-2. Jane Austen's collected works were used to generate this text. And as you can hopefully read, there was a rather curious anachronism appeared in the middle of this grandest library that we encounter. So many Excelsior class objects. Any prizes for anyone who can guess what an Excelsior class object is? Sorry? No, it's actually, I think, a subsection of Starfleet and Star Trek. I looked it up online, and they wouldn't have fitted in a 19th century drawing room. Also, you can see they're very large drawing rooms, which were only about 20 yards. The drawers of these furniture objects, cum rooms, were about 20 yards square. There was also another text which had a nice example of a hornshon, which is an OCR error. It appears as a word that has been invented, but actually, if you look it up online, it seems likely that it was carried over from digitization errors. Here's another one which we looked for contextual factors in. It has also a nice natural history error in it. The elephant, Gyrinus. The Gyrinus is actually a kind of whirligig beetle, which has been attached as a Latin name for the elephant. This one was multiple 19th century children's authors, one of which was clearly channeling Rudyard Kipling in some way. It wasn't actually Kipling, but it was about hunting tigers somewhere in Burma in the 19th century. But we thought it was quite interesting how the colonial mentality of the author then appears itself in a kind of anthropomorphized way on the elephants, who are then the subject of the hunter's attentions, and including the female elephant, who takes care to conceal herself with her hair or her silken sarong, kind of drawing on, kind of both racist and sexist tropes about women in India and subjected to British colonial encounters in the 19th century. I'll just do one or two more to give you a sense of the different styles involved. So this one was generated using some kind of potboiler, Chandler, Raymond Chandler, detective fiction from the 1930s or 1940s. The original title was Snarled Identities or A Desperate Tangle. It has a nice neologism, shrewscaloo. He'll start running around like a shrewscaloo, like crazy. And we also did, I'll move that one on. We also did a number of Shakespeare generated text as well. I'll just go through a couple of points in the last few slides before moving on to our next presenters. So again, in our imagined seminar of the future, we thought that there were a number of methods of analysis that could be used: stylistic mimesis, inferred characterization, that the students could consider the neologistic effectiveness. Do they resonate with the source text? And for additional marks, they ought to consider the effectiveness of the automatic text from a variety of approaches. Is it pastiche? Is it parody? Could you consider it really to be a new creative work? And explore how it elicits contextual factors before outlining potential reparative interpretations that engage both the directly authored source texts in relation to the automatic text and compare across the two genres.
Thank you, Anne. So that gives you a flavour of the academic approach that we take to automatic literature. We thought it would be wonderful to give you as an audience the opportunity now to practice your own critical ear with relation to this. So we have an experiment with our auto selves. We have created plagiaristic tuned GPT-2 models based on the writing of Karolina and of Joe and of myself. And we're going to invite you to listen to these. We may or may not be reading those, our own ghosts. So we're going to invite you to contribute to this confusion matrix. We're going to make some contributions to the panel that have been written by GPT-2 transformer models. We'll read the 3 panel contributions that have been written by AI, and then we're going to ask you to suggest whose work each of these has been plagiarized from. Joe, would you like to start?
Sure. So I'd like to read to you some material about Body of Glass, and it actually begins with an epigraph, unattributed. When she refuses, I prefer to swallow my own self-congratulation. Body of Glass is a political project of feminist complexity, itself a declaration of the end of the human. It can be viewed as a political rupture. Body of Glass mirrors back the binary options common in AI research programs. So sexuality, gender, race, sexuality, intelligence, gender roles, role models, models for all ages, really, gender, sexuality groups, and so on. Body of Glass contains a narrative exploring the transition from the flesh into the software, skin, and circuitry of a running society. Theirs is a system of abandoned homes, largely disenchanted with the old ways of life, and viewed as extensions of the machines that they detest. And just as a footnote here, less remembered for these concerns was the human condition. Anybody? No. Written in the early 1960s by John Law. A record of this kind of turn is included in the Embassy Town collection, firstly as a formal record of the Foreign Office concern about the quote-unquote rise of cyber people, and then as a digital documentation of the government's thinking on the computer in the context of its long-standing policy of exploring and amplifying the social world. Bodies at last themselves have decided not to take responsibility for their own futures and for the futures of their artificial intelligences. In the arms of this generativity is found a world that is made, something very different indeed, something entirely new indeed. Quote, winter would come and spring would be nativity. Worse, who could resist it? The protagonists are men and women of colour who feel they have an on-the-ground say over the futures of their bodies, and that they are also part of the computational order of things. The rise of technical writing and abstraction inqueened the social stakes of computationally influenced narratives and told a different story. But there was nothing magical about the Englishman's position. His views were informed only by the ideological orientation of his own personal life, which was not very liberal.
Science fiction has become anti-computational, a category to encompass everything from dumb luck, to throw up, to unexamined durability, to refuse service. This contrasts with the obsessively positive depiction of science fiction, in which the goal is love, where the threads of the technological future recur, and in which bodies have become ways of refinding the human, in the end, a form of escapist humanity that loses its grip. The timescale for acceptance of the end of the world is short-circuiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our first ghost. The second ghost. The purpose of this section is to briefly summarize the main themes of current digital currency research. As a starting point, it is sufficient to say that Bitcoin has knowledge of at least as much as the world contains. In this sense, Bitcoin has become a kind of synthetic ledger, adept at smoothing out the gradations between real-world transactions and at sorting out the gradations between possible world transactions. AI abolition was de-radicalized briefly by French sociologist Félix Guattari in the 1960s. Guattari wanted to know not whether AI existed, but whether individuals used it. If an individual used AI, did they automatically become the source of its legitimacy? Did an action cause an individual to become autonomous? For Guattari, this answer was no longer enough. He wanted to know what caused an individual to become autonomous. He wanted to know what, if it were moral to do, could in the future be construed as an automatic or semi-automatic procedure. To put it a bit more practically, AI is not very different from other social currencies, such as Bitcoin, Dogecoin, and non-fungible tokens, NFTs. Shapeshift, the new cryptocurrency, overtook Bitcoin as the world's most used cryptocurrency in November 2016. Stone AI is an analog for Bitcoin, and a number of its characteristics can be seen as aspects of Bitcoin. These are difficult and valuable questions, and they would have been difficult and valuable even without the influence of Guattari. The history of computational economies is littered with claims of Byzantine fault, usually expressed in the form of observation that if two people are equally rich, they will find it easier to remember which one is which. Well then, are we really that sure that the Bitcoin blockchain is a good representation of who is rich enough to do what? Are we really that sure that the rich and powerful are not using it to try and slip and get around the governance mechanisms that keep them in power? Are these purported Bitcoin boffins really the ones controlling the whole damn thing? Just as worryingly, the study of AI itself seems to be losing its luster as a research topic. A handful of editors opine that their journals no longer welcome the rumination, comment, and interpretation that characterizes AI studies, and withdraw from consideration for publication. Awards for inventing AI, for inventing money, for inventing health and happiness and the like, constitute a kind of AI. The Asian carp, also known as the sea snails, or Waspica rugosa, are snails eating snails, a snails eating snails, and a snails eating snails, a snails eating snails. Sea snails are also a snails eating snails eater. An apology is a strange thing indeed, one that does not feel like a fitting place to end an article or to begin another. So let us be very careful what we wish for. Let us ask ourselves, whenever we are not thinking clearly, of course, what we could have wished for.
A trick of entail. Isaac Asimov imagined a future in which intelligence was integrated into a machine, a life form that would act as a frame for the reflective study of the future. The problems of that utopian project, to be explored further in a book, A Search for the Perfect AI, are discussed in more detail here and here. Were the algorithms genuinely superhuman and not a play on words? Or was the audience tricked through a deliberate word-playing trick on the part of the AI into believing that the true significance of the data it had been given was beyond anything the human eye could ever see? The key principle is that in a given scientific discipline, it is worth trying to understand exactly what kinds of knowledge are the most valuable. The work of AI professionals is characterized by an unprecedented level of abstraction, a skilled trade characterized by a relentless quest for new algorithms, statistical automata that will achieve the best possible performance through the least amount of human judgment. But this quest results in an increasingly complex profession, one that must also be abstracted, something that AI experts are generally good at, in order to maintain their professional identities. In our technical interpretation, this is an unrealistic condition. In fact, it is near impossible to predict with 100% accuracy what the likelihood of an observed event representing the desired behavior will be. The clusters themselves are not simply collections of similar data, but a cognitive map of the observed features that the system has observed. The illusion of mechanical agency, derived from real but invisible humans, is no more than sophisticated puppetry. It is no more than the most elaborate show on the cheap hotel, a commodity that can be had for a few quid or so in your shopping mall. But what is it? Why is it better than the clothes on your body or the money in your pocket? What does it gain from the perspective of the worker, that you do not take personal responsibility for your work? But if AI is a puppet, what is the point of the whole show? Surely the people who attend to the machine understand and respect the artist's original intent, while the performers are merely playing along, pretending not to understand. The audience is supposed to be entertained, not disturbed. But why do the programmers so value complexity and unprecedented sophistication in the Turing test? Because humans must be entertained, otherwise they won't feel like victims. The audience saying, we need you to feel like a victim too. It is a sad irony that the people who are most drawn to programming are also the people most threatened by technology.
Thank you to our AIs. We would like to invite you in a controlled experiment somewhat resembling the Turing test to not distinguish the gender of the contributors, but perhaps to say what was the source of the three passages you've just heard. I'm going to record votes. The first passage read by Joe, how many people think that that was based on the writings of Joe's own writing? Nobody. One, okay. Oh, two? Who thought that that was based on my writing? One, two. Two. Who felt it was based on Karoline's writing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's an interesting consensus. The second passage that I read, who felt that that was based on Joe's writing? 1, 2. Who felt that it was based on my writing? 1, 2, 3. And who felt it was based on Karoline's writing? 1, 1. Excellent. And then finally, the passage from Karoline. Who felt that that was based on Joe's writing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who felt it was based on my writing? 1, 2, 3, 4. And who felt it was based on Karoline's own writing? Nobody. Karoline. There's the one empty square in our confusion matrix. The identity column is empty. Very good. So those are our very interesting results. And I think in discussion we may come back to this confusion matrix. Confusion matrix is a technical term from the machine learning classifier literature. So I've just used you as machine learners, ironically, to classify the output of a machine. So that's a very nice inversion. We'll come back to this. But meanwhile, I should have. Karoline, you have an announcement to make. Sorry, absolutely, yeah, I didn't have a slide for this. Anne.
We did one more experiment, and I want to thank the person who allowed us to train a model on their work. I actually felt, I want to explain why I didn't want to put this into the confusion matrix. We actually asked Ruha if we could train a model on her writing and see what would come out. One reason why we thought this might be interesting is because of her exploration of the reparative possibilities of speculative fiction. So we thought maybe it would be possible to generate text in this way, which might sympathetically illuminate the themes that she's explored. But it turned out to be very difficult to do this. I'm going to read a sample of some of the things that we generated. This was generated with GPT-2 again. The temperature was 0.7, and the prefix, which was taken from Ruha's own work, was, just as the lightning was about to strike, Ayana wrestled herself awake. Here's the sample. Just as the lightning was about to strike, Ayana wrestled herself awake. Her thoughts turned to the early hours of her flight, waking her parents up just as the gates of the International Space Station were being forced open. Reorienting her thoughts to the early hours of her flight, she recalled how the captain ordered her to land early, checking into the station at 6:30 a.m. to pick her up at the last second, and that the only people getting delays were the most fervent critics of space travel. Even so, after taking her daughter to the station for a spin, she couldn't decide whether to laugh it off or laugh it off. It was an order from the executive suite. We looked out the window. The aerodrome was packed. The only people who needed to be let out were people who were passionate about writing science fiction. People like yourself, I mean. But we wanted everyone to be able to speak on the science fiction level. I think that's a huge challenge, to have all the SF MBAs on the same page. Ayana nods. But the more people know about experimental medicine, the better. Laughing. We're trying to do something really special here. We're trying to do something really special. Ayana looking relieved. I mean, it's a little tacky, but the experiment is a far cry from what we're trying to achieve. Laughing. At one level, this all seems fairly innocuous. It shows some of the features that we highlighted in the automatic literature seminar. The mention of the International Space Station comes from the original web text training data for GPT-2, not the corpus of Ruha's own work that I used to fine-tune the model. Likewise, I think the SF MBA is the Sloan Fellows MBA program at MIT, but it seems to have decided they were science fiction MBAs, maybe? The other samples of generated text were not so innocent appearing, though. One assembled a fictional police raid, but unlike the real example discussed in Ruha's works in the fine-tuning text, where the police shot and killed Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old boy in the park, in this case, the police officers spoke like frantic parents, begging some unknown assailant, "Get the fuck away from my child, don't pull the trigger." There was another sample which generated text about ISIS fighters in Mosul, carrying out ethnic cleansing and murder of the Yazidi community, again, not in the original fine-tuning text. The generated text brought together references to ethno-racial threats with a narrative of conflicts between the jihadist organisation and tribes, obliquely referencing the Saudi government's potential involvement. Other texts just failed in the classic way that ML systems sometimes do, generating huge loops of the same word or phrase or spitting back out again undigested chunks of the fine-tuning text. Fundamentally, though, the process of subjecting Ruha's passionate and eloquent words to this kind of dismemberment and combining them with the mess of news articles, fan fiction, and recommended readings proposed by racist and sexist communities on Reddit, which make up the original training data for GPT-2, actually felt like a kind of violence. It made me think about the inadequacy of apologising for the bad behaviour of a poorly trained model after the fact, or preemptively adding a disclaimer at the start as if that solves the problem, a relatively common practice now among designers of ML systems. Rather, we should be trying to change the system which produced that racism or any other kind of oppression in the first place, which is the message I put personally from reading Ruha's work. Thank you.
So just to finish, really, I think the work we've been doing over the past year or so with a very tiny grant and far too much activity, as you do, really, we've become slightly obsessed, has really been looking, I think, at a failing border. We're interested in the failing border between human and machinic expertise And to some extent, that's always been a failing border, or it's always been a pervious border, since human expertise is to some extent a process of becoming artificial or becoming automatic, if you like. The border we've been looking at has been the failing border between human expertise in writing and machine expertise in writing. And one of the things we've been trying to get at, really, is the ways in which that border failing, or the changes taking place at that border, don't amount to a single change, but are multifaceted and act differently on different groups depending on where you come from, where you're situated. And so the production of these texts is actually much, much, much more situated than might appear at first sight. So I think that's really how we've been trying to get at our kind of border crossing in our kind of experiments in automatic writing. On a slightly more different tone, actually, our response to this project, which we really ought to finish at some point, but have no intention of doing so so far, has been a modest proposal, really. We think that if the kinds of border crossings we're talking about between human writers and machine writers, particularly the human and machine writers of fiction, are becoming so comprehensive, we have a modest proposal, really, which is that perhaps we ought to start examining these things slightly differently. So we've produced the AI level study guide for your delectation, which is available here, which sets out an A-level study syllabus, suggests what you ought to study, and also tells you what the exam is going to inhere in. So, and that exam is for humans and machines, or versions thereof, and we have plenty to hand out if people would like them. So thank you very much.
That is the AI level guide, and it's also been published online today, I think. Well, yes, actually published in 2050, but we have a sneak preview of it for this conference. So that's the 2050 AI level study guide. Now, for discussion of these questions, Kanta is kindly going to look after the online audience and make sure that we address their questions. And I will rejoin the panel. Under
But when do we get our answers?
Oh, yeah, the results.
Yeah, the results.
Go back a couple of pages. So, will the real speaker of Auto Joe please stand up? It was me. So I was reading Auto Joe. The real speaker of Auto Alan?
That was me.
Okay, so Caroline was actually speaking me, so that was more commonly identified as being Joe. And the real speaker of Auto Caroline, by elimination.
I almost put up my hand just now for you. That was me.
So Joe was reading Caroline, which was correctly identified. So I think we can tell from this that Joe and I are highly confusable, and Caroline not very much. So well done, Caroline, for being a real person.
Maybe it's interesting to just explain how there were each of us adopted principles to put these texts together. So they were all based on Anne doing most of the work. That was the key principle, really. So she took texts from us and trained them. So she tweaked our texts. She took a general model and then tweaked our text against to produce large amounts of a kind of basic text for us to work from. We then each adopted different ways to assemble our texts. And that was really because had we left them as they were, they would have been rubble. So we called this the Guardian principle. The Guardian newspaper ran an early text from GPT-2 at the time and admitted after the act that it had actually put it together from quite a large text to make it make sense. So writing Auto Caroline, my principle was to always work downwards. I never went back. It was to prefer larger chunks to smaller chunks and to never go under a sentence, so that what you heard was always a paragraph of text, or at the very worst, a sentence. And it was sequential, just about. So that was my process for putting together that text. And the way it actually worked, I think, was that I could have found 5 or 6. There was 5 or 6 different thematics and followed them through in that way. But it took a lot of unauto Caroline to produce that text. So it was a human-machine endeavor.
Good. I think we could speak more about our process if it's of interest to people, but perhaps we'll start by asking Kanta, are there other questions?
I think, first of all, we should give the microphone to Ruha, not in the least because of your work in processing her collected works as part of this project.
And I like the panelists. I can also speak about that, but I have another question that came up as I was listening. You all will recall yesterday Shakir's response. He started with this poem from Baldwin, and the last few lines, I think, speak to this experiment, in which it said, Baldwin said, "It may of course be the other way around. Columbus was discovered by what he found." And so my question for you is, when you engaged your ghost-generated text, what was that encounter? Did you experience any truths or ahas about your own work that you hadn't necessarily thought of before? And so that's at the level of sort of the intellectual insight, but also did you become aware of anything about your voice and about, sort of seeing yourself back at you through this process? What was that encounter? What did you find about yourself in that?
The quotation just pops into my head, the fact that there's a reverse conquest going on right now. And I can't remember the details, but I believe it's a group of Zapatistas who have come to Europe and are renaming things. And I think that's a really great intervention. In terms of encountering myself estranged in that voice, we've done so many experiments that I have learnt to have kind of hopes and expectations about how a particular train, even a subset of my own texts, will come out. And one thing that I've noticed is that I'm generally far more excited about the process of putting it together when I can project all that possibility, possibly because I'm going to encounter this version of myself that is going to show me my true self. Inevitably, there's kind of disappointment and dismay. But one of the things that I've kind of learned over the process of doing many of those experiments is something that I was kind of hinting at towards the beginning, is to have a little bit more patience with the text and learn to listen to it in new ways and spend more time with it rather than rushing on to the next experiment. As it manifests practically, I think here and there there's a sentence that I'm just going to use, like, you nailed it, other me, copy paste.
I think from my own perspective, the laziness of auto-plagiarism, which is already rife in computer science, such that computer science conferences actually reject papers for auto-plagiarism. So in my case, many of the paragraphs and sentences I saw quite plausibly could have been written by me, to the extent that if I felt a little lazy, there was no need to write anything at all. So one of the passages from the experiment Anne ran is actually going to appear in a book publication that the manuscript is about, because I couldn't be bothered to write anything better. And in fact, part of the abstract for this panel, as it'll appear in the conference proceedings, also has been automatically generated. So that's a very interesting experience. And I put it in the context of, I've worked for many years on predictive text algorithms and user interfaces of various kind. So a predictive text interface, which goes well beyond the kind of suggestions I get on my phone of, yeah, that's fine, or let's do it, to a whole paragraph of text written in my academic voice. Will I succumb to the temptation of just accepting, say, yeah, that's roughly what I was going to say in my email to you, so send it.
I think I agree with Joe, really. This passages jump out and you think that is really nice, and also that doesn't sound like me. So there's a kind of serendipity that, and you think And actually, you think, where did that come from? And even if you have spent quite a lot of time understanding that this is a language knocked together from the outside, it has nothing to do with meaning, it's extremely difficult not to hear it as meaningful. And I think that's interesting. And across the project, we've been having a series of arguments really about plagiarism, creativity, and inauguration. And I think there's a kind of side on this, so that I think Joe and I are closer to thinking there's something there that is of the new, and Alan is a kind of, down the line, stochastic parrots are it. And I think there is something interesting about trying to think beyond earlier ways of thinking creativity, for instance, around AI traditions, but also in literary traditions, and to try and think about the making of the new, which is somehow slightly more capacious. And there's something suggestive about that, which is quite hard to get at and a little bit seductive. So you just keep on putting things through to get good bits out.
So I didn't train a model on my own text, but I did have some thoughts about this. Partly because I definitely would be on the side with Alan of saying we're not engaged in a dialogue with a machine, we're writing with a machine, if you see what I mean. The machine is a writing instrument, in my view. I'm not sure everyone else on the panel agrees with this, but I'm absolutely sure there is no one else there but us humans, and we just happen to talk to each other in different ways through a bunch of maths in a box, as opposed to with pen and paper. But there are ways in which I could see you might use this as a writing tool, one of which would be to write both potentially counter to, against the grain of what's received, what's in the training text, which actually you can get from Google Docs. Google Docs I use to draft some of the bits in the booklet. And there's a screenshot of a bit of Google Docs where I started to write actually countering this idea about there is a dialogue between human and machine. But Google Docs completed it before I had finished writing the sentence of a dialogue between human and machine. So that's a good test for me, because then I know at least I'm writing something that's against the grain of either what Google or the training data expects. But you could do that with yourself. You could use it as a way in which to tweak your voice and make it something I haven't said before. And that could be productive. So, yes, it's a good question.
I have a theory that these kinds of techniques will be used quite soon, oddly enough, not just to get at the fabric of what you write, but as a kind of extension to Grammarly kinds of operations, to suggest ways to be, oddly enough, more original. And there's a kind of paradox there, that you start with parroting and you end up with a tool for making original. And I think that is quite clear. I mean, thinking about the ways it mirrors back your own writing, it invites you to recognize unconscious repetition, for example, So I'm sure it will be set to work.
Great.
Question from Steve.
Stephen, yeah. And
Well, thank you all so much. That was great fun, very stimulating. And it reminded me of a presentation we had at our very first CFI conference in this room 4 years ago. The computer scientist, AI scientist, Murray Shanahan, and his daughter, who was then a student of English literature, presented on the film Forbidden Planet. And you might misremember it slightly, but sort of the key plot twist is that this scientist realizes that the monster that's been terrorizing everyone is a manifestation of his id. And Murray and his daughter then said, this is a great metaphor for our times, and what we've unleashed with social media is the id. And of course, writing, particularly academic writing, is such an exercise in the ego and the superego. It's incredibly controlled. We try to be very clear about what we want to say, and we revise and we revise and we revise into to sophisticated, developed, highly conscious, super conscious process. And all of that's being broken down by what you're doing. And of course, what the GPT-2 is producing is a mix of your own highly conscious, crafted works with this kind of collective unconscious. Is that what's coming out? A mix of your individual consciousness with the collective unconscious?
here.
Thank you. This was really interesting. My question is about whether there were any things that disturbed you about the texts that were generated. And I'm asking because Javed Johnson, who's a poet who works with GPT-3, said that he actually had to edit out a lot of sexist and racist stuff from the texts and before he published it, because there's so much from the data sets is immediately trained on, but also like the underlying data sets and stuff that just carries a lot of bias in it. And I was wondering whether you'd experienced anything like that.
We didn't actually come up with any very clear examples of things that were racist or sexist from the training data. But that's that's very likely to happen, particularly in relation to the topics that you explore. One of the reasons for this is that web text, which was compiled by OpenAI to train the GPT series, the method by which they compiled the text was to go to Reddit and scrape everything off Reddit that had a plus vote of 3 karma, which, if anyone knows anything about Reddit, which I didn't know very much, but I did ask my teenage son about it, and he pointed out that that's not a very selective way of getting content out of Reddit. The developers thought that this was a good heuristic for things that were interesting or just funny. And this was in 2016 to 2017. So the things that went into that included actually quite a lot of subreddits which were more than disturbing. I mean, one of the incel subreddits would have been in there, very likely. We don't know because the web text corpus is closed. You could recreate it, but it's not something that's open to scrutiny. And one of the reasons why I think we have to have this discussion about how these texts are created, and not actually just to leap over to the edited versions and the cleaned up and the nice versions and the GPT-3 that works a lot better than GPT-2, is because if you do that, you miss out the fundamental inequity and extractive nature of this process that created these incredible agglomerations of money and time and, waste of carbon. I'm absolutely on the side of Timnit Gebru and Emily Bender on this one, to create these models based on principles that were not just careless by accident. I think they reflect something quite deep about the values of the companies that produce them.
Just to add to that as well, we did a lot of work ourselves, but we also looked at some of the attempts to commoditize or productize some of these technologies. So I spent quite a lot of time looking at InfoKit, where you simply start with a text and it will complete it for you, and it's an API, and that it's extremely easy. If you put the wrong start in, then you will get stuff out that you immediately don't want to use, that's objectionable in all kinds of ways. And it's interesting actually that in an odd way it's easier to get that kind of stuff out of this kind of semi-commoditized platform, and it's obvious that is partly how it's being used, I think. So, and one of the things interesting about InfoKit is that it's not really only looking at the production of artificial writing, but it's actively investigating different forms and ways and platforms through which it might be used and applied. So if you want to think about that process of kind of carelessness by design, it's kind of halfway down the road, and it's very interesting to watch it being both limited and expanded at the same time. So I think those kind of inquiries are really important.
That's a question, I think.
Yes, time for one more question, which is asked online by one of our earlier presenters, Irene Fubara-Manuel. I was wondering if the speakers can address what authorial refusal might look like, especially in regards to Auto Ruha. Asking because I have experimented with GPT-2 plagiarizing the lyrics of Afrobeats musicians that has this theme of social inequity and broader Nigerian culture. The results were similar to Ruha's.
I want to say hi, Irene, but I think Caroline's written a whole essay on refusal, so maybe it's a Caroline question.
I think it's really difficult because an absolute refusal seems to me to be something that's very difficult to do, partly because I don't think that the kind of technologies that we're looking at with GPT and GPT-3, etc., are actually distinct from a series of technologies that we're being shaded into, to put it like that. So we're already using this stuff, and I'm not sure where our refusal should start and where I don't think a kind of simple rolling back the clock or a series of kind of legislations around artificial writing now makes a lot of sense to me. I think there's a different set of conversations about the political economy of information as a whole that has to come in advance of and at the same time as our response to AI developments as well. Otherwise, I think there's a way in which we make AI sound exceptional while we accept a whole series of automations that are happening right across the board. So I don't know if that's a good answer, Irene. I think there's lots of ways to think about it, but I'm pretty sure that somehow or other refusal has to be tempered with a way of thinking about forms of resistant use or a different form of use that begins by saying no to this and yes to some other form of hope, actually. Because I also think we're all fascinated by this stuff, and that's why we're using it. I think it has creative possibilities and democratic possibilities. So I wouldn't like to think about a complete refusal.
Joe, anything to add?
I wonder how carbon intensive it all is.
Very much so. I think we're done. Thank you very much indeed for your questions.
Thank you so much. A fantastic panel and a brilliant experiment. We will be breaking until 4:15 when we will be reconvening in here for our keynote lecture on discriminating data delivered by Professor Wendy Chun. So please be back here at 15:15. Thank you very much. Thanks again to your panel. Irene says hi back.
extraordinary day of scholarly inquiry, so I want to say thank you again to our amazing panel so far. So my name is Makareth, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher in gender and technology here. And I am truly delighted to introduce our keynote speaker for the conference, Wendy Chun. For many of you, Wendy Chun's work will not require any introduction, as her vast array of scholarship has been incredibly influential for the way that we think about AI and data science.
Sorry, technical issue, Kerry. Apologies, I think I might have cut out. Is all okay? Brilliant. Okay, so for many of you, Wendy Chun's work won't require any introduction because her scholarship has been so influential to the way that we think about AI and data science. But Wendy Chun is the Canada 150 Research Chair in New Media at Simon Fraser University, and she leads the Digital Democracies Institute. She's also the author of Discriminating Data, Updating to Remain the Same, Habitual New Media, and Programmed Visions, Software and Memory. Today, she will discuss themes from her forthcoming book, Discriminating Data, about how big data and predictive machine learning currently encode discrimination and create agitated clusters of conforming rage. She will explore how polarization is a goal, not an error, within current practices of predictive data analysis and machine learning. For these methods encode segregation, eugenics, and identity politics through their default assumptions and conditions. Correlation, which grounds big data's predictive potential, stems from 20th century eugenic attempts to breed a better future. Recommender systems foster angry clusters of sameness through homophily. Users are trained to become authentically predictable via a politics and technology of recognition. These predictive programs thus seek to disrupt the future by making disruption possible. Thank you so much, Wendy.
Thank you so much for the introduction and the invitation. It's really wonderful to be here, wherever here is for you all. I'm speaking to you from Boston, and so I want to acknowledge that I'm on the territory of the Massachusetts and their neighbors, the Wampanoag and Nipmuc peoples. I extend my respect to citizens of these nations who live here today and their ancestors who have lived here for over 500 generations. I also want to acknowledge that my acknowledgement is a very small gesture. But in Canada, at least, it's part of an ongoing truth and reconciliation process. A process, however flawed and faltering. I'm sure many of you have heard that our Prime Minister spent the first day recognizing truth and reconciliation, surfing near Indigenous territory. So a process, however flawed and faltering, to face the violent truths of settler colonialism, such as the horrific residential school system. And so for almost 100 years, Indigenous children from the age of 6 were torn from their families and communities, and they were contained in schools in which they were under constant surveillance and punished for speaking their own languages. They were maltreated, malnourished, and experimented on, all in the name of democracy. So for example, these schools were sites of rampant tuberculosis because the students were so malnourished and because they lived in such close quarters. So what did those in charge do? Well, rather than providing more food, nurses took their blood to help researchers understand the effects of malnutrition and on tuberculosis and other diseases of child development. It was an opportunity to gather data and build models by placing critical borders around Indigenous children. And so not surprisingly, we keep finding unmarked graves of children, graves that survivors told us many, many years ago were there. So what we're finding has never been hidden. And this act of finding what's never been hidden, those others who ground discoveries in standards and who live on in daily actions and habits, isn't limited to what happened then, but also what's happening now. In part because we live these histories every day through our habits, through our algorithms, and the critical borders they maintain. So for the rest of the talk, I'll address this important topic of critical borders by giving you a sneak preview of my forthcoming book, Discriminating Data. And most broadly, Discriminating Data reveals how data analytics and machine learning create agitated clusters of comforting rage by encoding legacies of eugenic segregation and discrimination. By taking on these issues, Discriminating Data is in dialogue with many recent books and articles written by Cathy O'Neill, Sophia Noble, Ruha Benjamin, Meredith Broussard, Kate Crawford, Virginia Eubanks, and so many others. Now, before I give you an overview of the book, I want us to start with a collective thought experiment that makes the stakes of the book clear. So everyone, imagine or recall an image of a mythic yet flawed past. I'll supply a few. So here's the so-called perfect white suburban nuclear family, living in segregated planned communities in which everything is the same. Here's Lena, the Playboy centerfold come test image that, as Dylan Mulvin has shown us, lies at the heart of modern image processing. Here are images of US celebrities, the training ground for many facial recognition systems. And here are images of Japanese American children allegedly happily educated in internment camps during World War II. So imagine that this deep fake past has become the only past. So gone are images and histories of civil rights protests, integrated schools, and cross-racial friendships. And imagine a world in which nothing could change from this deep fake past because learning and truth became repeating this past. Got it? This is the nightmare scenario of predictive machine learning. This is the world that we need, to use Ariella Azulai's term, to unlearn. To unlearn not by ignoring history, but by engaging it differently and potentially. Because within all these concepts and defaults lie other worlds and possibilities. In helping us listen to these other worlds that are already there, as Kara Keeling urges us to do, is what drives discriminating data. And discriminating data does 5 basic things. The first is to expose and investigate how ignoring differences amplifies discrimination, how ignoring race ignorantly promotes racism. So every day we hear about a new instance of what Cathy O'Neill has called weapons of math destruction, Sophia Noble has called algorithms of oppression, and Ruha Benjamin has called the new Jim Code. From discriminatory predictive policing and risk assessment programs to unfair hiring programs. And the classic example of this, which almost everyone mentions, is Compass. And Compass is a software program used by some US courts to predict the risk of recidivism. So how likely a person is to commit another crime. And inmates and law enforcement are asked to fill out questionnaires. Compass spits out a score based on their answers, and the score is then factored in during sentencing and parole. Now, the problem is that Compass has been shown to be biased against racial minorities. And here you see the cover of the award-winning ProPublica article on Compass. Now, what researchers whom ProPublica drew from were able to show was that although COMPAS doesn't use overtly racial categories, doing so is illegal, it uses categories that are proxies for race in the United States. And here you see an analysis produced by the Marshall Project, and you see how race is linked to factors such as education and employment status. Now, some have argued that these factors aren't as important as others, that indeed age and dirty data play a larger role than these proxies. But importantly, this doesn't mean that COMPAS's predictions aren't racist. Right? So if you consider the over and under policing of certain neighborhoods in Canada and the United States, age at time of arrest and dirty data like education and employment status are proxies for racism, if not race. And it's really key that we understand the difference and the relationship between the two. Because COMPAS was initially sold as solving the problem of racism because it eradicated individual human bias and markers of race. The idea was because a program can't see race, it can't be racist, which presumes that racism naturally stems from visual markers of race, and that pretending visual markers don't exist somehow solves the problem of racism. So we shouldn't be surprised that things have turned out so poorly, and rewriting political and social problems at ones that technology can or should solve never goes well. This hopeful ignorance isn't new. The failures of this hopeful ignorance aren't new. And these ignorant hopes and fated failures also drive fears over the AI apocalypse. AI is so threatening right now because AI and surveillance devices are sold as modern-day servants or slaves. This framing with all of its baggage, right, so what can go wrong in a society run by servants or slaves, provokes fears of revenge, provokes fears of them as our masters. These fears and dreams are, as Jenny Rhee has pointed out, profoundly raced and gendered. And one thing I do in the book is to address these two sets of hopeful ignorance together. Because the best way to avoid an AI apocalypse is to treat everyone and everything with respect. To follow the Combahee River Collective's call to treat everyone as levelly human, and to follow Jason Edward Lewis, Neolani Arista, Archer Pachawis, and Suzanne Kite's call for us to make kin with our machines. For freedom is only freedom if it's freedom for all. And anxieties over AI and discriminatory algorithms actually open opportunities for coalitions. What's so important now is the way in which civil rights and civil liberty groups are coming together to take on issues such as facial recognition technology. Step 2 is to interrogate default assumptions and axioms that ground algorithms and data structures. So in the book, I look at correlation, homophily, authenticity, and recognition. So very briefly, since it's impossible to summarize 5 years of research into 45 minutes, I show how overblown promises about correlation tie early 21st century data analytics to early 20th century eugenics. So correlation, which allegedly powers big data and machine learning and makes them so profoundly different and smart, were developed by eugenicists to show that actually learning was impossible. And there's almost a perfect overlap between hypercorrelation by proponents of big data and proponents of eugenics. I also show how homophily, the notion that similarity breeds connection, ties social networks to US residential segregation. So our current social networks presume homophily, that birds of a feather flock together, which means that echo chambers aren't an accident, they're a goal. Segregation's the default and the end. In fact, as I'll elaborate more later, the very term homophily comes from studies of post-World War II US residential segregation. And through homophily, US residential segregation spreads globally. Through homophily, hate gets laundered into love. So homophily, love of the same, emphasizes love over hate. But how do you show you love the same? By fleeing when others show up. And this formulation is something that Sarah Ahmed has discussed in her work on white nationalists. It should be no surprise then that homophily has produced agitated clusters of comforting rage. I also look how authenticity, how deviations and transgressions ground training and transparency. We're constantly called on to be authentic by revealing some intimate yet open secret about us. An open secret that makes us different from some others. And by revealing this open secret, we show that we have nothing to hide, that our inside and outside coincide. And these open secrets are valuable because they're used to cluster us, to put us into network neighborhoods with others like us, with the same open secrets who agitate and charge us. Networks magnetize and disintegrate masses, and then consolidate these angry clusters of sameness around a common enemy, so that now we become predictable, not by following the mainstream, not by following norms, but rather by deviating slightly from them with others, which leads to the bizarre situation in which the norm we aspire to, has become never be a normie. Apple, one of the largest corporations in the world, has made a fortune by telling us to think different. Fox News broadcasters rail against mainstream media, even though Fox News is the most popular channel on basic cable in the United States. Lastly, discriminating data looks at how recognition, from facial recognition technology to the radical right's embrace of the politics of recognition, builds on discrimination, on a powerful and poisonous liberation envy, so that now those who seek to deny others their civil rights disidentify with and as civil rights heroes. Step 3 is to apprehend the past, present, and future machine learning puts in place, focusing on when, why, and how their predictions work. What's key again is that in machine learning, truth equals consistency, the future equals the past. As Adrian McKenzie summarizes, learning is comprehensively understood in machine learning as finding a mathematical function that could have generated the data and optimizing the search for that function as much as possible. Learning is parsimonious repetition within certain standard deviations. Thus, the problem with machine learning as it currently exists isn't simply that it's often trained on dirty or highly selective data. Again, Hollywood celebrities lie at the heart of many facial recognition technology training sets. And here you see so-called deep fakes produced using this set. The problem isn't simply, as this example makes clear, that ground truth equals deep fake. Right? If Hollywood stars and our faces on Instagram are ground truth, at a fundamental level, they're also deep fakes. The problem is also that these predictive programs are verified as true only if they reproduce this data. So Compass, like all predictive machine learning programs, wasn't validated on its ability to predict the future. It was tested on its ability to predict the past. So past data that was hidden during the training phase or out of set data. In these models, truth equals consistency. And this matters because these programs don't simply predict the future, they also determine the future. So risk assessment software such as Compass cement and amplify inequalities through their decision. So that these programs, again, are disruptive if they are, not because they make possible new unforeseen futures, but because they shut down the future by making a deep fake past the ground truth and by automating from rather than learning from past mistakes. Okay, but if this is so, what can we do? Step 4 is to use existing AI systems to diagnose current inequalities, To keep the future open, to create more just and democratic presence, we need to be a little perverse and read the discriminatory results of these algorithms against the grain as evidence of past discrimination. Amazon, for example, stopped using its secret hiring AI a few years ago because it was shown to discriminate against women, right? If you had women anywhere on your CV, you lost points. But rather than simply discarding these programs, what if we use them as evidence? So almost every Amazon hiring decision during a certain period was probably used to train this program. So what if we thanked them for meticulously documenting the discrimination? Think again of Compass. Compass presumes that racism stems from individual bias. As many of you are probably aware, sentencing varies with a judge's circadian rhythms, right? This is why good trial lawyers always try to schedule a trial in the early afternoon, right? Because you're far more likely to get a harsh sentence before lunch when the judge is hungry than after lunch. So Compass got rid of individual bias. It made things more consistent, but by replacing individual bias with institutional bias, which means, to read against the grain, what Compass showed us is that racism is an institutional rather than simply an individual problem. The removal of individual bias amplified institutional bias. So what if we use these programs with all their limitations as historical tools? What if we use these programs with all their limitations as theoretical probes? In other words, what if we treated them like global climate change models? Global climate change models make clear the difference between being true and being correct. The point of a global climate change model isn't being correct in the narrow sense of the word. It isn't to determine how accurate any given prediction is. The point of a global climate change model is for us to act in such a way that we don't have to verify these predictions, to not produce this graph. When a model we trust shows us a 2% increase in mean temperature, we seek to fix the world, not the model. And this should be our reaction to Compass. Compass actually shows us how racism works through age, dirty data, education, and employment status. Now, the problem with global climate change models, of course, is that we've known they're true for a very long time, but nothing's happened, which raises the question, do we really need more models? For whom is global climate change news? How do we avoid producing models that document the obvious and serve as alibis for inaction? So step 5, the ultimate goal is to foster different worlds, different algorithms, different connections that engage the richness of relations and knowledge unfolding around us. And to do so, it takes up Karolina's call to listen with others for the poetry, the refrains, the noise another world is making. And in the book, I argue that not only the problems, but the outlines of a solution can emerge from within our machines, not because technology lies outside of culture, not because technology can fix culture, but because technology and culture are always fused together, because correlation is fundamentally correlation. The past, history, as Azulai insists, isn't lost. It's a space of potential if only we can unlearn our exploitative relationship to the past and engage with those relegated as past sources of information, engage with them instead as potential companions. And so the book revisits and emphasizes the populations that lie at the heart of our networks and their defaults. Residents of Addison Terrace, Japanese internment camps, and married student housing at MIT, civil rights activists, slaves, unruly women workers at Western Electric, housewives in Decatur, and punishment-averse mice, to name a few. Okay. So how? Well, To return briefly to the housing study that coined the term homophily, the Columbia Bureau of Applied Sociological Research, which was then led by Robert K. Merton and Karl Blasserfeld, conducted a study of 2 public housing projects. One was Crafttown, a project that was cooperatively owned by some 700 white families in New Jersey, and importantly, it could be cooperatively owned only because it was white. And Hilltown, a biracial low-rent project of about 800 families living in Western Pennsylvania. Now, what's key is that they didn't, although this has become the source for homophily, they didn't assume homophily to be always true. And instead, they asked, when does homophily take place, and when does heterophily, which is the other term they coined, take place? And they noticed that within these communities, status homophily wasn't the norm, with the exception of gender and race. And they hypothesized that this status homophily was actually driven by value homophily, by the sharing of values. And to prove this, they concentrated on the over-selection of white liberals and white illiberals as friends, where liberals meant believing in biracial housing and that acknowledging that folk in Hilltown got along. Illiberals believed the opposite, and ambivalents didn't believe that housing should be biracial, but thought that folk in Hilltown got along. And where friend equaled one of your 3 closest friends, regardless of whether or not they lived in the housing project. And this definition of friend was actually very different than other studies at the time, which focused on either friends within projects or didn't restrict it to close friends. Now, to make this point, they actually threw out the responses of the Black residents, because they argued that there were too few illiberal or Black or ambivalent Black residents with friends in the project, which reveals to us that in their model, values didn't cross race lines. There was never simply a category of all liberals or all illiberals. And in their subsequent analysis and model of friendship formation, they also ignored the responses of the white ambivalents, which was actually the largest category of white residents, because they argued that ambivalents were unstable. They had to be pulled, again, magnetized to either liberal or illiberal. Further, they never published the data for this study, and it's believed they didn't do so in order to protect the residents of Crafttown from charges of communism. And if they did, we would have seen that the over-selection of illiberals in real numbers wasn't statistically significant, and that Black and white residents did have friends and acquaintances of the other race. And again, to come up with the term homophily, to come up with this network of friends, they ignored the responses of Black residents. But without these Black residents, there would be no homophilic ties. So they're in the gaps that make networks possible. And networks, the history of networks is filled with sociological studies of others who ground our concepts and make connection possible as they're made to disappear, such as Japanese Americans who were interned in camps during World War II. And the US and Canada interned all Japanese nationals and Japanese Americans and Japanese Canadians living on the West Coast during World War II. And notably, they didn't do the same for Germans or Italians. And studying these internees was crucial to the development of sentiment analysis and techniques for managing people in occupied territories. And the example of Poston, which is my last example, makes this clear. So like many of these camps, Poston was placed on land near what were then called Indian reservations. So Poston was named after the first superintendent for Indian Affairs in Arizona and was housed within the Colorado River Indian Reservation near Parker, Arizona. Poston was the largest internment camp in the United States, and it was the only camp that was managed by both the Office of Indian Affairs, OIA, and the War Relocation Agency. And initially, the OIA and WRA viewed Poston as a win-win. So Poston gave the WRA public land and internee labor, and the internees were supposed to irrigate and settle the land. So basically, the internees were to make good on promises the OIA had made, but had failed to fulfill since 1865, when it first chose this land as a reservation for the Mojave and Chemehueva nations. And they chose this land against the nation's warnings about the poor quality of the soil. As Jody Bird has argued, both reservations and these internment camps were supposed to be exceptional states of sovereignty. And the then OIA director, John Collier, viewed reservations as exceptional and romantic spaces of American multicultural democracy. And Poston was built on principles that followed the general administrative experience of the Indian service. So most bluntly, because it sought to promote self-governance and self-sufficiency while still interning and oppressing evacuees. It sought, as Hayashi has put it, to democratize the enemy by making Japanese Americans, as Bird has argued, transit through the figure of the Indian. And in these camps, Japanese Americans were supposed to work in order to become independent and gain self-respect, to prove their future usefulness as members of the American nation. And through their work, they were supposed to show that the United States could carry out a program of evacuation and relocation in a democratic manner that would provide the greatest possible contrast to population shifts in the Axis countries, i.e. concentration camps. And these camps were also spaces of sociological experimentation and analysis. And Collier hired psychiatrist and anthropologist Alexander Layton, who had previously studied Navajo and Inuit communities, to lead the fieldwork via the Bureau of Sociological Research, the BSR. And so the BSR was established 3 years before and one vowel away from the BASR of Lazarsfeld and Merton. And this research wasn't incidental, but central to these camps, as Layton argues in The Governing of Men, because it was to reveal the general problems relating to administering and governing occupied territories. And as a sign of its importance, Poston was actually the subject of 3 different research projects. And when there were going to be changes made, one person protested saying, "We haven't yet finished the sociological research." And these research projects were important because Poston and these camps did not become the model communities that the OIA and the WRA envisioned. So not only were these camps poorly built, and the evacuees called Poston 1, 2, and 3 Roastin', Toastin', and Dustin, the wages offered to the internees for backbreaking labor were low and often not paid or delayed due to so-called clerical errors. And according to Layton, about half the staff thought Poston should be run as a concentration camp. And so the members of Poston 1 held a general strike. And Layton's Governing of Men, the published results of the BSR study, concentrates on the strike. And it argues that understanding the significance, evolution, and aftermath of the general strike was key not only to managing Poston, but more generally to the rights of citizens, the treatment of minority groups in the heart of a nation, and the capacity of democracy for efficient, consistent government and just international relations. So it was key to creating critical borders within the nation. And Governing of Men starts by describing the scene outside the jail, so this was the strike, as reminiscent of a holiday, a mass picnic, a revival meeting, or a lynching party. And he argues that the most important question that hung over the center wasn't what would the crowd do, wasn't what the administration or army would do, wasn't what the government, Congress, or American people would think, and it wasn't a matter of who was right or wrong. The most important question was, what in all of this is recurrently human? What are the laws of individual behavior? What are the perennial social forces at work here? The breakdown of man's organizations of himself and his fellows are not events isolated in evacuation camps. They cover as much of the earth as is covered by the human race, and questions that run deeply into the fate of mankind in a shrinking world are involved. Most pointedly, Poston revealed how disorganization and the breakdown of man's organizations could lead to revolt, and how this revolt could be effectively managed in order to enact even more concessions from the internees. And what's absolutely crucial is that Leighton stressed the importance of sentiment. Methodologically, he conceived the understanding of the community as being dependent upon knowledge of its patterns of sentiment and its social organization. Sentiment colored every decision and action, and here you see how central sentiment was to the methodology and the questions of the BSR. And sentiment, analogous to the conditional reflexes studied extensively in lower animals, was key to successful social engineering under conditions of captivity and stress. Sound familiar? Sentiment, analogous to conditional reflexes studied extensively in lower animals, was key to successful social engineering under conditions of captivity and stress. So at the heart of sentiment analysis, which has become central to forms of social media analysis, manipulation, and research, lie unruly women workers and Japanese American internees. But what's most important is that these populations and these connections are still there. They inhabit correlation, homophily, recognition, and authenticity. We live in their spaces when we live in social media. And they reside with us and touch us whenever we think through their concepts. So the question before us is, how might we reside with them? How might we reside with them? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wendy. That's fantastic. And for everyone that's watching, I know that there's over 400 people watching this on playback. So good evening to you, and thanks for tuning in. So I think that line, we live in those spaces when we live in social media, is extremely powerful and something that we can take away with us when we think of how these histories of social engineering under conditions of stress are so central to social media analysis and manipulation. One of the things that, and hi Kerry, one of the things that Kerry and I also look at a lot, and why Wendy's work is so inspiring to us, is thinking about this assumption that racism stems from individual markers of race, and that solving the problem of race solves the problem of racism. We're trying to debunk that in the work that we do. And we think about Wendy's work in relation to hiring technologies. That idea is really central to the idea that is kind of pushed forwards by lots of hiring technologies that when we want to debias hiring software, what we want to do is strip humanity or strip people of racial and gender markers so that people can become, after all, neutral data points, which is what we are kind of underneath it all. So thank you so much for that, Wendy. I'll take some questions. Firstly, we have a comment from Ruha, who isn't here with us at the moment, but we've got her comment. She's tuning in elsewhere. She says that I love this reframing of our everyday social reality as deep fakes. And she loves your powerful reformulation of by making a deep fake pass the ground truth, and says that she can't wait for the book. So now I'll take a question from the floor if there is any. Anyone to kick us off? Otherwise, Kerry, did you have a question?
Sure. Thank you so much, Wendy, for that talk, and I can't wait to read the book. I'm really looking forward to it. I was really struck by your analysis of Japanese internment and the way in which the exploitation of Japanese labor and the incarceration of those people was, so influential to sentiment analysis, and that is a history that I'm not familiar with and I would really like to go and learn more about. I was wondering if you could speak more broadly to the centrality of carceral sites in the production of discriminating data, and to what extent we can have data that does not discriminate while these carceral systems are still in play.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely key. And what's so fascinating about these early studies is that they viewed these sites as not simply carceral, but as beneficial sites for social engineering. So the housing project was chosen because it was explicitly a site of social engineering, and was so in a good way. And so friendship was chosen as important because new friendships showed how effective social engineering was. Because if you made a new friend, then you changed your habits. So what's absolutely key is this notion of the enclosure, which then gets taken up everywhere, like I think through the suburb, the neighborhood, etc., as ways to cluster and make things the same. Right? And so the very notion of clustering or engineering through clustering, through the notion of the neighbor who is the same as you, is so key to understanding how this carceral logic moves elsewhere. And I think that part of why a lot of the work that's being done in indigenous data studies, indigenous AI, and elsewhere is so important. And here I would also point to Ruha Benjamin's wonderful work with abolitionist tools, is precisely thinking outside of the necessity or the goodness of these borders. And what's also so key about work by Jody Bird, for instance, is that she takes us away from romanticized notions of sovereignty, but rather thinks through different forms of relationality.
Thank you, Wendy. We have one question here from Karolina.
Thank you, Wendy. That's fantastic. Thank you. Can you hear me now? That was fantastic. I have one question, which it maybe isn't very well formulated, but I was thinking about the relationship between what you said near the beginning of your talk about treating everyone and everything with respect. And then I was thinking about your discussion of the categories of friendship inside the camps. And I'm really interested at the moment myself in thinking about artificial friendship. And one of the ways that friendship gets defined is in terms of the fungible and the non-fungible, which is also a way maybe of discriminating or dividing between things and objects. So I guess my question is something like, how can we think about respect as fungible and non-fungible? So something that does not have to recognize the specificity of an object, and something that does recognize that very individual form of recognition that is friendship. And I think that there's something there to think about in terms of a politics of friendship that connects somehow to the spaces we live in social media, actually, to cut to the chase. So would you mind commenting a little bit about that notion of the specific and the object and the thing in relation to those categories? Thanks.
Great, thank you for that. Thank you for the question. I think that there's so many different ways to think through this. One formulation I always draw from and think through when I think through friendship is Derrida's politics of friendship, because he points out that friendship, is something that is fundamentally, I would call, broadcast. It's something, just because I'm your friend, or I consider you my friend, doesn't mean that you consider me your friend, right? So the idea of reciprocality, which is something that, say, Facebook puts in place through this kind of acknowledgement, is a real bastardization of what friendship is, if you consider it this broadcast, non-specific relation. And what I think is so key to think through the question of specificity and generality is to think through the weird way in which friend and neighbor have become conflated. So neighbor, of course, is typically what you consider not to be the friend, right? The neighbor is a boor, literally, a boor near you is a neighbor. There's that, of course, conflict with neighbors,
And I think Kenneth Reinhardt has written really beautifully about this question of the neighbor. But what's so productive for him about the neighbor, the logic of the neighbor, is that it's an infinite set. So you're the neighbor of X with the neighbor of X with the neighbor of X with the neighbor of X, which goes back to the question, Carrie, that you asked, which is about the thinking against this carceral enclosure logic, right? So there's a fundamental way in which the neighbor calls into question the neighborhood. And I think that thinking through that tension and refusing the sort of containment and reciprocality is absolutely key and draws both of your really wonderful observations together.
Thank you, Wendy. Yes, it's fascinating how these kinds of social media friendships foreclose this idea of the politics of friendship to come and that kind of utopian temporality of the not yet. We have another question here from Anne.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Wendy. I'm also really looking forward to reading the book. I think you're absolutely right to make us think about what the state does to categorise people, to put them inside and outside, in prison or not in prison. But I wondered if you could comment a bit about what corporations do and how states and corporations interact in these processes of sorting people out. I mean, I've been reading Oscar Gandy's work on the panoptic sort fairly recently, and found it very interesting how the things that he's writing about, actually going back in the 1990s, about the advertising industry and what he called the inferential difference machine that it produces, actually, you know, lay the foundations in a very practical way for the categorization, for the sorting, and the foreclosing of all sorts of possibilities that we see in the way that corporate logics work these things out. So I wondered if you could say something about that.
Yeah, corporations are absolutely key. And in fact, what's so important to remember is that the corporations and the state work together on a lot of these insistences on something even like real names, which is done in the name of quote unquote security, but is crucial for data analytics. Without these markers that remain consistent, you can think through across databases. I think Oscar Gandy's work is fantastic. I think the ways in which he talks about the sort of micro-targeting and the segmenting is absolutely key. And I think that what's also so key to think through along with Gandy is the rise of authenticity, is the rise of this idea that who you are these open secrets about yourself, which not only make you slightly different or create these clusters, but are something that you come to recognize yourself with as, and become very powerful within these algorithms and within these ways of sorting. And I think that another thing to think and along with Gandy is the notion of, again, homophily. So if we think through the panoptic sort in relationship to the ways in which racism has become reformulated as homophily, right? So homophily erases all sorts of institutional apparatuses and makes it seem just entirely voluntary and agent-based, right? So there's now this agent-based understanding that's proliferated through a lot of these algorithms and corporations. So that, and these agent-based ideas and models explain a lot of behavior, so they're powerful, but they also erase a lot. So if you think those two together in relationship of what corporations and states are doing, I think it opens up questions about recognition and the politics of recognition, as well as the sort.
Wonderful, thank you. Do we have any further questions? Great, well then, thank you very much, Wendy, for joining us, and can we all give her a massive round of applause?
Thank you so much, it's such a pleasure to be here.
Well, we're very sad you can't be here for tonight. We're meeting in an hour and 15 minutes at 6:30 for dinner upstairs. Anyone is welcome, and we look forward to seeing all of you, both online and offline, tomorrow at 9:30. If you're offline, you'll be here. Thanks very much for coming.